Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today's meeting of the Full Platform Committee. I would like to call our virtual meeting to order. My name is Dennis McDonough, and along with my friend, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, we are honored to serve as co-chairs of this important committee. We are here today to finalize the draft of a platform that will showcase our party's positions on the important issues that our country is facing. We appreciate all of the work that has been done so far to make this one of the most collaborative and inclusive platforms our party has seen. Thanks to all platform members who have been elected in every state and territory for being with us today. We also want to acknowledge everyone who is online watching the live stream of our meeting. Please unmute your microphone for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice
for all.
Thank you. Last week, our nation lost an icon when Congressman John Lewis passed away after a courageous fight with cancer. Mr. Lewis made an enormous impact on the history of our country. His voice will be missed, but his legacy will live on. Please join me in honoring the life and good trouble of Congressman John Lewis with a moment of silence. Thank you all so much. Good afternoon, fellow platform members. I'm Julie Chavez Rodriguez, and it is truly an honor to be with you today as we take up the very important work of finalizing our party's platform. We are pleased to introduce to you the Platform Committee Vice Chairs. These individuals are leaders in their own right, and we appreciate each of them for serving in this leadership role. The first is Danielle Gray, who served many roles in the Obama administration, including Assistant to the President, Cabinet Secretary, and Senior Advisor to President Obama. She also serves as the Deputy Director of the National Economic Council and Deputy Assistant to the President for Economic Policy. Alex Padilla is California Secretary of State, where he is focused on increasing voter registration and participation and strengthening voting rights, and is also a national leader of voter protection efforts. Jake Sullivan served in the Obama administration as Deputy Assistant to the President and National Security Advisor to Vice President Joe Biden. He also served as the Director of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State and as Deputy Chief of Staff to U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Nikema Williams serves as a state senator from Georgia. She also serves as the Georgia Democratic Party chair and was just nominated to serve in the congressional seat held by civil rights icon John Lewis. I would also like to take this time to introduce you to the team who's been working tirelessly on the platform process over the last several weeks, and we are all indebted for their service and their tremendous hard work and commitment. First is Carmel Martin, who serves as Senior Advisor for Policy on the Biden for President campaign. Andrew Grossman is the Platform Director. He also served as Platform Director in 2012 and 2016. Leo Moody is the Deputy Platform Director. And Patrice Taylor is the Director of Party Affairs at the DNC. And of course, we have Christina Kost and Matan Karev are the platform writers, and spent many, many hours, as many of you all know, really ensuring that this is a true reflection of our unity. And also joining us from the Biden campaign, we have Rosa Poe and Sarah Winchell. And we also have Quinn Tran and Tabitha Shustak, who works around the clock with the platform team. So thank you all again for your tireless efforts and work to bring us to today.
Dennis, you're muted. Dennis?
I think I'm unmuted now, Tom.
Oh, okay, excellent. Hey, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are. Welcome to our platform committee meeting. Thank you, Chair Chavez Rodriguez, Chair McDonough, for your leadership in this effort, and our Vice Chairs Gray, Padilla, Sullivan, and Senator Williams. Thank you for all you have done throughout this process. I also want to give a special thanks to Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and the entire platform drafting committee for the remarkable work that they've done over the last few weeks. Our process to get to this point has been remarkably inclusive, remarkably transparent, and this document reflects that inclusion, transparency, and input. I want to give a huge thanks, as others have, to Carmel Martin, to Andy Grossman, Patrice Taylor, and so many others. This was truly, and continues to be truly, a team effort, and I'm so grateful for everyone. The Unity Task Force is engaged in weeks of deliberation to come to an agreement on key issues that informed our platform language. And Carmel played a critical role in working with all of those committees. In the course of three public hearings, dozens of hours of meetings, and many negotiations in terms of hundreds of policy recommendations on healthcare, the economy, immigration, climate change, criminal justice, racial justice, they have shown what true inclusive leadership really looks like. And our platform writers worked proactively with each drafting member to address priorities before and after the draft was circulated. Now compare that with our counterparts at the RNC, whose process amounted to cut and paste, or actually I should say copy and paste. It's no wonder their views are so outdated. While we come together to look at nearly 100 pages of bold ideas that meet the enormous tests that are confronting our nation, Republicans have simply decided to recycle their 2016 platform, which was a lousy platform at that. They've devoted as much thought to their platform as most people do when they read the terms and conditions of the Apple computer that you just bought. That's how seriously they took this moment. And that is how serious they take their responsibility for governing. We take our responsibilities seriously. When I had the privilege of being elected DNC chair in February of 2017, I said our unity would be our greatest strength and Donald Trump's worst nightmare. That's truer today than it's ever been. And that's why I'm so proud of the platform that the drafting committee has put together. This is a historic platform in so many ways. It's both inspirational, aspirational. For starters, I'm pretty sure it's the first one we've ever drafted, discussed, and presented entirely over video conference. And I suspect some people hope that might be the last time we do that. It also happens to be the most ambitious platform in our party's history, one that unifies us around a common values of justice, equality, and opportunity for everyone. It's a bold blueprint for the future that builds on the progress of so many heroes who came before us. Heroes like the late John Lewis, C.T. Vivian, who rode for freedom and marched for justice. Heroes like Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson, whose bravery rippled across America and the world, changing hearts, minds, culture, and the law. Heroes like my dear friend and Marylander Elijah Cummings, who sat up, stood up, and spoke out for what was right. These brave, courageous souls understood that America is more than a place or a people. America is an idea, one that has endured and evolved through war and depression, prevailed over fascism and communism, and radiated hope to distant corners of the earth. We believe that diversity is indeed our greatest strength, that protest is among the highest forms of patriotism, that our fates and fortunes are bound to rise and fall together, that even when we fall short of our highest ideals, we never stop trying to form that more perfect union. This platform carries on that eternal pursuit. It challenges all of us to seize this opportunity to repair the soul of our nation, to unite and heal our country, to turn this crisis into a crucible from which we will forge a stronger, brighter, and more equitable future. Our nation is desperate for new leadership. COVID-19 has indeed laid bare this president's series of chronic failures. Over 400 million cases, over 145,000 deaths, over 17 million jobless, an economy in the worst recession since the Great Depression. This is Donald Trump's America. This is the hardship and heartbreak that his incompetence has caused. And yet, all he can find time to talk about is his ability to remember person, woman, man, camera, TV, of which he only seems to care about the last two, quite frankly. While Trump rants about cognitive tests, he has failed every single test of presidential leadership. He has no plan to tackle this pandemic, no empathy for the people suffering from it, and no desire to serve anyone but himself. Democrats are serving the people with a vision for progress. In this platform, we do not simply aspire to return our country to where we were 4 years ago. We know we must be bolder and more ambitious. We must once again stop a Republican recession from becoming a second Great Depression. We must ensure healthcare is a right for all, not a privilege for a wealthy few. We must root out structural and systemic racism in our economy and our society and reform our criminal justice system from top to bottom. Because we do believe that Black lives matter, and we must provide a world-class education in every zip code to every child. Because as my parents always taught me, education is indeed the great equalizer. We must end the epidemic of gun violence in this country, not simply with thoughts and prayers, but with action and accountability. We must create a more humane, compassionate 21st century immigration system. We must protect a woman's right to choose and a worker's right to organize. And we must lead the world in tackling the existential threat of climate change. This work cannot wait another 4 years. It can hardly wait another 99 days. That is why it is so important for us to unite behind our platform and our party and our remarkable standard bearer, Joe Biden. Of course, and this is something that I have said repeatedly, and I think it bears repeating now. We should never confuse unity with unanimity, nor should we confuse debate with division. Our party, like our country, has always been stronger for its diversity. And make no mistake about it, we have far more in common than what our differences are. If you want to see strong debate, come to Thanksgiving dinner with my extended family at my house, because we talk about issues, we debate them passionately, and then we all come together around our common values. And that's exactly what's happening here today. Every delegate to this committee shares the same overriding ultimate objective: to make sure Joe Biden is the next president of the United States, and that we make history with the first female vice president in our country's history. The DNC appointed you to the platform committee because we believe each and every one of you is committed to achieving this objective. And because we know none of us want to do Donald Trump's work of division for him. I continue to believe that our unity is our greatest strength and Donald Trump's worst nightmare. So let's make sure he has a lot more sleepless nights between now and November. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your input. I've been talking to people now going on 3 years about platform, and our values and vision are going to be reflected in a strong and united way today. So thank you again. And Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I turn it back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to echo the chairman's praise for our platform drafting committee and for everyone who worked really tirelessly to get us to this point. It's a privilege for both Dennis and I to serve as the committee's co-chairs as we approach the most important election of our lifetime. When the American people go to the polls this fall, we will be choosing more than a candidate. We know that character is on the ballot this election. The character of our president, yes, but more than that, the character of our democracy, our society, and our leadership in the world. The challenges before us: the worst public health crisis in the century, the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, the worst period of global upheaval in a generation, the intolerable racial injustice that still stains the fabric of our nation. All of this will test America's character. like never before. Our platform outlines how we can meet these challenges and forge a better way forward. A better future for all of our Americans, no matter who they are, where they come from, who they love, or how they pray. But to build that better future, we need to first build a better economy. The economy is not working for the American people, and it's not working for working people. In a matter of weeks, the abject failure of President Trump and his administration to competently respond to the COVID-19 pandemic erased all the job gains made since the Obama-Biden administration pulled the country out of the Great Recession and plunged the economy into recession once more. But our economy was rigged against working families and the middle class even before this pandemic. Working families' incomes have become largely stagnant for decades, while the cost of basic needs from housing to healthcare, higher education to childcare keep rising at precipitous rates. Meanwhile, the rich have been capturing a larger and larger share of the economic pie, with incomes for the top 1% growing 5 times faster than those at the bottom 90%. Now, Democrats stand ready to take immediate decisive action to pull the economy out of President Trump's recession by investing in infrastructure, care work, clean energy, and small businesses to put Americans to work in good paying jobs, shoring up state and local budgets to save jobs and protect public health in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and enacting fundamental reforms to address structural and systemic racism and entrenched income and wealth inequality in our economy and our banking system. To build that better future, we also need to live our values, especially when it comes to the issues of immigration, where, as we've seen, Donald Trump's cruelty has proven to be limitless. Democrats believe we must live our nation's first motto: out of many, we are one. That bedrock American idea has animated our country from its earliest days, inspiring people from every corner of the earth to participate in our great democratic experiment. The Trump administration has repudiated that idea and abandoned our values as a diverse, compassionate, and welcoming country since the very beginning of his campaign. Instead of pursuing a sensible, humane, and responsible approach to immigration that strengthens the United States, this administration has been callous, cruel, and reckless in the extreme. Democrats believe that America can do better, and indeed we must. So I applaud the strong language in this platform, recognizing the importance of our immigrant communities. Immigrants are essential to our society and our economy. If we didn't know that before COVID-19, we definitely do so now. They are part of our families, they enrich our culture, they grow our food, care for our loved ones, serve in our armed forces, and provide critical healthcare services. Immigrants make America stronger. Not only do immigrants support us, immigrants are us. That's why under Joe Biden's leadership, Democrats commit to building a 21st century immigration system that reflects our values, repairs past harms, heals our communities, rebuilds our economy, and renews our global leadership. This platform brings the same compassion and common sense to its recommendations for reforming our criminal justice system. Our criminal justice system is failing to keep communities safe and failing to deliver justice. America is the land of the free, and yet more of our people are behind bars per capita than anywhere else in the world. That's why we must overhaul our criminal justice system from top to bottom. This platform outlines our plan to end the era of mass incarceration and dramatically reduce the number of Americans held in jails and prisons, while continuing to reduce crime rates. We know that we can do both. We will break the school to prison pipeline and end the failed war on drugs, which has imprisoned millions of Americans and disproportionately people of color, and hasn't been effective in reducing drug use. And we will ensure real accountability for individual and systemic misconduct in our police departments. Democrats will establish strict national standards governing the use of force, including permitting deadly force only when necessary and a last resort to prevent an imminent threat to life. We will require immediate application of these standards to all federal law enforcement agencies and condition federal grants on their adoption at the state and local level. We will require officer training in effective nonviolent tactics, appropriate use of force, implicit bias, and peer intervention, both at the academy and on the job. And we will ban racial and religious profiling in law enforcement. In the middle of a national reckoning on race and police violence, our platform also lays out a comprehensive approach to embed racial justice in every part of our governing agenda, including in jobs and job creation, workforce and economic development, small business and entrepreneurship, eliminating poverty and closing the racial wealth gap, promoting asset building and home ownership, education, healthcare, criminal justice reform, environmental justice, and voting rights. Democrats are committed to standing up to and rooting out racism and bigotry in our laws, in our culture, in our politics, and in our society, and recognize that race-neutral policies are not sufficient to rectify race-based disparities. Hate and its symbols have no home in America. Democrats believe that we can only build a more just and equitable future if we honestly reckon with our history and its legacy in the present. We believe Black Lives Matter and will establish a national commission to examine the lasting economic effects of slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and racially discriminatory federal policies on income, wealth, educational, health, and employment outcomes, to pursue truth and promote racial healing. This platform deepens our commitment to these issues and charts a path for progress. It's a testament to the strength, diversity, and ambition of our party, and it deserves our full and unified support. I'd like to turn it over to my co-chair, Dennis McDonough.
Thanks very much, Julie, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to join you today as co-chair of this year's platform committee. I want to thank our chairman for his leadership, as well as our platform drafting committee for the incredible work they've done to present us with the boldest platform in Democratic history. As a lifelong Democrat and public servant, I've seen firsthand the good our party can do for working families. I know the power of Democratic leadership to create change and command the world's respect. And that's exactly why we need to elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. President Trump promised he would put America first, but Trump's America stands alone. Under his leadership, America's reputation and influence are in tatters. Our country is less safe, our economy more fragile, and our democracy, values, and unity endangered. Democrats believe 4 more years of Donald Trump will damage our influence beyond repair. But closing the chapter on America First is just the beginning of the work ahead. With this platform, we will reinvent American leadership for a new era. Democrats believe that the ultimate measure and purpose of our leadership abroad is whether it makes us strong at home, whether it protects and advances America's security, prosperity, and values, and delivers results for all Americans. Under Joe Biden, we commit to a foreign policy that accelerates our domestic renewal, not undermines it. A foreign policy where diplomacy is not treated as a 4-letter word, but as a force for good, where we lead not just with the example of our power, but with the power of our example. We will reimagine alliances, partnerships, and international institutions to meet common challenges that no country can face on its own. We will ensure that our military has no peer. We owe it to our men and women in uniform and to the American public to spend our defense dollars more wisely and strategically. And we will only use force only when necessary, always as a last resort, and with the informed consent of the American people. No longer will we let fear dictate our future. Of course, any serious national security plan must also address the existential threat of climate change. We applaud the organizing efforts of young people, union workers, and communities of color to mobilize voters and make the climate crisis a top priority. This is a global emergency, and we have no time to waste in taking action to protect Americans' lives and futures. In addition to re-entering the Paris Climate Accord, we can and must build a thriving, equitable, and globally competitive clean energy economy that puts workers and communities first and leaves no one behind. This platform calls on us to create millions of good union jobs by making our infrastructure more resilient and catapulting us to the global forefront of the green energy revolution. We must lead the world in this challenge. But as I said at the beginning, we can only be strong in the world when we are strong and united at home. Democrats believe that a healthy democracy, just society, and inclusive economy are essential prerequisites for effective American leadership abroad. That's why Democrats commit to forging a new social and economic contract with the American people, a contract that invests in the people and promotes shared prosperity, not one that benefits only big corporations and the wealthiest few, one that affirms housing as a right and not a privilege, and which makes a commitment that no one will be homeless or go hungry in the richest country on earth. A new economic contract that raises wages and restores workers' rights to organize, join a union, and collectively bargain. One that at last supports working families and the middle class by securing equal pay for women and paid family leave for all. A new economic contract that provides access for all to reliable and affordable banking and financial services. A new social and economic contract that at last grapples honestly with America's long and ongoing history of racism and disenfranchisement, of segregation and discrimination, and invests instead in building equity and mobility for the people of color who have been left out and left behind for generations. And a new contract that ensures healthcare is a right for all Americans. Democrats have fought to achieve universal healthcare for a century. We are proud to be the party of Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act. Over the last decade, the ACA has protected more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions. Ensured women can no longer be charged more than men just because of their gender, and expanded coverage for more Americans than ever before. Of course, that doesn't stop Republicans from trying to destroy it at every turn, even during a pandemic. Think about that for a moment. When Americans need their health care more than ever, Republican leaders want to take it away, but Democrats won't let them. COVID-19 crisis has made the need for universal health care clearer than ever. That's why this platform calls on us not only to protect the gains we've made through the ACA, but to build at last the healthcare system Americans have always deserved. One that finally provides universal coverage, reduces prescription drug prices, premiums and out-of-pocket costs, reins in overall healthcare expenses, and tackles deep-seated inequities in care. This platform reaffirms and strengthens our commitment to these and other vital issues that keep American families up at night. It reflects a fidelity to our values and a faith in that quintessential American idea, so often spoken by my old boss. Those who love this country can change it, but only if we stand together as one united Democratic Party. Julie, back to you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you all again. As you all know, the platform committee typically holds in-person meetings, but given the COVID-19 pandemic and the goal to ensure the safety of convention participants, all of the standing committee meetings are being held virtually this year. One of the first things that we need to do is to establish that we have a quorum of the committee present for our meeting. So in order to do so, we need each committee member to please open the platform committee portal on your browser and vote yes in the voting box. Please note that votes will be made public in the portal, and so we wanted to remind folks of that. Platform members will use this vote to register their presence. So again, please open the platform committee portal and vote yes. Now, a quorum is constituted by a majority of the total votes present, members representing 91.75 votes. So staff, will you confirm that we have a quorum for today's meeting? And we're just standing by to get those votes tabulated. We'll have a response shortly. So staff is getting the votes in, and will get back with us in just one moment. And it looks like we've reached quorum. So I'd now like to turn it over to the DNC's parliamentarian, Helen McFadden, to go over the rules of procedure that will govern today's meeting. These rules were provided to members last week and are on the platform portal as well. Helen?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am looking at a copy of the rules, and I want to call the committee's attention to several things. These rules are essentially the same as what we have been using since the 90s, though they have been significantly tweaked to handle the situation of the virtual meetings. You have reached quorum, which is defined in Rule 3E. The duties and powers of the chair, as listed in number 5, are the traditional duties and powers of any chair. Item 6, which defines your meeting, calls us into session today with the virtual application. 6C reminds you that though this is a virtual meeting and we are separated, that we are still very much in public. There was set up as a portion of this meeting an opportunity for the public to listen and observe, and that's both the public and any other Democrats who wish to be present today. Rule 7 sets out the 2 items of business that you have to complete today as a committee. The first is the adoption of these proposed rules. The second is the adoption of the platform. Rule 8 deals with how you will vote. As with all things in the Democratic Party, there is no secret ballot. So you will be voting by roll call as you just voted to show that you were present. Voting will begin as debate begins. That is substantially different. You will be listening to the debate. You will have the opportunity to listen, to vote early, or to change your vote during the period when the debate is going on. The chair will let you know, give you a warning at least 15 seconds before voting is going to close. It will be your last vote, which will be the counted vote. But that is a rule that is specific to the fact that we are in virtual meetings. You will also be adopting a rule number 12 that provided for any amendments to be pre-submitted. Those have been submitted and have been made available for circulation among the committee members. Then Rule 13 provides certain limitations on debate. Again, those limitations are primarily related to the fact that we are meeting remotely or virtually. And finally, Rule 14 deals with minority reports. And this is essentially the same rule that's been in place for many years and has worked well. I'm available for questions, but that's an overview of the rules, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Helen. I will now call a vote to adopt the rules of procedure. Please vote now in the platform committee portal voting box. And I wanted to let folks know that we've logged 155 members of the platform committee that are currently participating. And just to let everybody know, the vote for the rules of procedure or for the adoption of the rules of procedure is live. And a reminder, please open the portal to vote yes. Okay. So if I could just remind folks to go to the portal to cast your vote for adoption of the rules and click yes. And it sounds like folks might need to hit refresh after the quorum vote just to make sure that the vote for adoption of the rules shows up in the queue. Okay, great. We'll go ahead and close this vote. It looks like we have 158 yeses and 1 abstention. Thank you all so much for your patience as we continue to work through some of our technical components here. But the rules of procedure have been adopted. Dennis?
Great, thanks, Julie. Thanks, everybody. I would now like to invite Keisha Lance Bottoms, Mayor of the great city of Atlanta and Chair of the Platform Drafting Committee, to provide an overview of the drafting process and introduce the draft we are considering today. Mayor Bottoms.
Thank you so much to Chair Perez, and thank you to the co-chairs and vice chairs of the Platform Committee. I am Keisha Lance Bottoms and had the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Platform Drafting Committee. As you know, the Drafting Committee held 3 engaging hearings where we heard from over 50 people who shared their stories and insights on how we can best solve the problems so many Americans face. In addition, the Platform team has engaged with numerous allied organizations, elected officials, and other groups to hear their ideas. We've also received hundreds of comments and videos and thousands of emails from Democrats who wanted to share their ideas with us. The Platform draft presented for your deliberation today is the culmination of hours and hours of hard work to craft a document that reflects the diverse voices within our Democratic Party and lays out our party's vision and aspirations for when Americans elect Joe Biden in November. The Platform draft reflects an unprecedented collaboration between representatives of Vice President Biden and Senator Sanders through the 6 unity task forces in the Platform Drafting Committee. The draft begins with a section that addresses the COVID-19 pandemic. The economic policy section lays out an ambitious, progressive plan to create good, high-paying jobs by restoring workers' rights and investing in the pillars of job creation in Vice President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. On healthcare, the Platform draft recommends strong actions toward achieving universal healthcare, building on the Affordable Care Act. It includes protecting and promoting women's health and expanding access to mental health care, substance use disorder treatment, and long-term services and support. On climate change and energy, the document reflects goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through historic investments in clean energy, clean transportation, manufacturing, and sustainable agriculture with high standards for job quality and a focus on environmental justice. On criminal justice, the Platform draft reflects a strong commitment to reimagine the criminal justice system from top to bottom in the era of mass incarceration and address systemic racism and police misconduct. On foreign policy, the Platform draft is a commitment to renewing American leadership abroad so it can accelerate our renewal at home. It commits to revitalizing American diplomacy to advance our interests and values in the global economy and around the world, mobilize the world to address transnational threats, and transform our armed forces for the 21st century. The Platform draft also includes unified Democratic positions on issues including, but not limited to, restoring and enforcing voting rights protections, achieving racial justice and equity, protecting the rights of women, LGBTQ people, and Americans with disabilities, creating a 21st century immigration system that works for all Americans, ending the gun violence epidemic, guaranteeing a world-class education to every American, and supporting press freedom and a transparent, ethical federal government. Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairwoman, it is my honor to present the Platform draft to you and the members of the Platform Committee today. This draft is more comprehensive than any draft that has been transmitted in previous cycles to the Platform Committee. I wholeheartedly believe it lays out a winning agenda and values to beat Donald Trump and heal the soul of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bottoms, for your leadership and for the great work of the drafting committee. The first section of the platform is the land acknowledgement. Given that our convention is going to be held in Milwaukee, we wanted to make sure to incorporate a statement that recognizes and honors Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of the land. I want to thank Congresswoman Holland for the work she did on the drafting committee and for her help in crafting this land acknowledgement. Because of her leadership, the platform has very strong language on supporting and honoring the needs of Native Americans and all of Indian country. I'd like to acknowledge platform committee member and chair of the DNC Native American Council, Ryan Ramirez, to read this section. Ryan.
Good afternoon. Bonjour, bonjour, Nishi. Hello, my friends. My name is Ryan Ramirez, and I am the DNC's Native American Caucus Chair. I'm an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians in Belcourt, North Dakota. I come to you today from the heart of Indian country here on the Port Madison Indian Reservation, which is the home of the Great Chief Seattle and the Suquamish people. I am going to take a few moments of privilege and thank my Shiro, Representative Deb Holland, for her phenomenal work in making sure that this platform acknowledgement was included in our Democratic platform. Additionally, I would like to thank Vice President Biden, Dr. Biden, Chair Perez, all the members of the platform drafting committee, including Carmel Martin and Andy Grossman, for making sure that the Democratic platform was the most progressive and inclusive in history for Indian country. I would also like to begin my comments by thanking the ancestors who had the unending persistence to exist. Native Americans were some of the last people to get the right to vote, and I am here today standing on the shoulders of the more than 570 federally recognized sovereign tribal governments and their millions and millions of tribal members. We are the embodiment of the hopes and dreams of our ancestors, and I am humbled and honored that our Democratic Party has shown the commitment to start our convention off in what we in Indian country would call a good way, by honoring the original Indigenous people and their sovereign governments. I'm proud to carry the message of my hero and longtime Democrat, Billy Frank from the Nisqually tribe, in doing what he taught me to do, to tell our story as Indian people. I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the great work of Frank Lemire, who had been the longest serving Native on the DNC before he passed in June of 2019. Frank was a member of the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. He was a huge advocate for bringing our convention to Milwaukee, and I know he proudly stands with me today in spirit and regard and reading this land acknowledgement. Here we go. The Democratic National Committee wishes to acknowledge that we gather together to state our values on lands that have been stewarded through many centuries by the ancestors and descendants of tribal nations who have been here since time immemorial. We honor the communities native to this continent and recognize that our country was built on Indigenous homelands. We pay our respects to the millions of Indigenous people throughout history who have protected our lands, waters, and animals. We respectfully acknowledge that we present this platform at our 2020 our Democratic National Convention on the lands of the Bad River Band of the Lake Superior Tribe of Chippewa Indians, the Forest County Potawatomi community, the Ho-Chunk Nation, the Lactacure Band of Lake Superior Chippewa, the Lactafambo Band of Lake Superior Chippewa, the Menominee Nation, the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior Chippewa, the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, the Sokogon Chippewa community, and the Stockbridge Muncie Community Band of Mohegan Indians. I'm excited for all of us to rally behind our presidential nominee, Vice President Biden. And I yield back the remainder of my time, Madam and Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Awesome, Ryan. Thank you very much. The purpose of today's meeting is to review the working draft of the platform you all have received. Through the insights and ideas shared with us, I believe the draft that we have before us today reflects the vision of our party, which is to aspire to be a more perfect union. Today, we will finalize the draft platform. Pursuant to our rules, we will begin with consideration of the chair's amendment, which incorporates almost 200 amendments submitted by members. Additional amendments have been withdrawn in consideration for language incorporated into this amendment. Once we have voted on the chair's amendment, we will move to debate and discussion. The presidential campaigns have worked together to determine the order for voting on remaining amendments, as well as speakers on key issues. During this time, the speakers and time for debate on any amendment has been pre-designated by the campaigns. Time for any amendment is limited to 4 minutes in favor and 4 minutes against. Julie and I will call on the speakers that have been pre-designated by the campaigns on each of the amendments. During this time, the campaigns have also identified speakers who will talk on important issues that were addressed in the chair's amendment. All right, now let's get started. Julie, over to you.
Thank you, Dennis. First, I would like to ask the committee to consider the chair's amendment, which incorporates many of the amendments that were submitted by members. As Dennis mentioned, there were over 300 amendments submitted this cycle, and this demonstrates the commitment that each of you has to ensure that our platform best articulates our party's vision and values. After reviewing the amendments and upon the recommendation of staff, many have been incorporated into the chair's amendment in the original or amended form. The chair's amendment is now on the platform portal, and members were notified of this earlier today. So again, please use the platform committee portal in your browser to vote on the chair's amendment. I want to remind you that you will need to have both of your browsers open, one for the Zoom call to participate in the meeting, and the other one to ensure that you can continue to vote in the portal. So please make sure that both are open, both browsers are open. The platform votes will be displayed in the middle of the page. You can vote no, yes, or abstain. And once you vote, you will get a message that thanks you for your vote and that your vote was registered. So please take this time to go into your portal and vote. And we appreciate your patience as we continue to do everything we can to streamline this process and make it as efficient as possible. And just a reminder, please vote yes, no, or abstain. And that way we can record your vote. And just a reminder that all votes will be public and will be displayed on the portal. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and close the votes. I believe the total was 146 yes and 1 abstention. Now, under our rules, sorry, just getting back to the script. Okay, voting has closed on the chair's amendment. And the motion has been adopted and the relevant sections will be amended to reflect these changes.
The platform process this cycle has been unprecedented with the amount of engagement that has gone into the draft we have before us. Beginning with the Unity Task Force and then the drafting committee process, this draft reflects months of discussion around our shared priorities, as well as the input we received online, what we learned during the hearings, and the feedback we received during the engagement with allied groups and others throughout this process. Pursuant to our rules of procedure, the process to consider and debate these amendments provides that one of the co-chairs will recognize a member to offer their amendment. After the amendment is offered, we recognize any additional speakers that have been pre-designated by the campaigns as provided in our committee rules of procedure. After discussion, we will move to a vote. In some instances, an amendment may be withdrawn after discussion and before a vote. I just want to note one more time here that there are no secret votes or secret ballots here. So your votes are not only recorded in the portal, but they'll also be posted in the document section on the portal so everybody knows who voted and how they voted. We believe that this process will ensure our virtual meeting will run smoothly. The chair will now recognize Sarah Labowitz to make a motion to offer amended language for amendment 069954. That's amendment 069954.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sarah Labowitz, and I'm supporting Joe Biden for president. And I want to read the text of this first amendment because it speaks to what we've all been watching in Washington, D.C., El Paso, Texas, and now Portland, Oregon. So here's the text of the amendment that I'd like to introduce. It says, Democrats condemn President Trump's determination to sow chaos and division by inappropriately deploying federal agents to American cities, where too many have used egregious tactics against peaceful protesters. We know federal agents can ably protect federal property while also clearly displaying badges, insignias, and identifying markings without detaining Americans in undisclosed locations without cause and without brutally attacking peaceful protesters. Democrats are committed to following the rule of law and will uphold the First Amendment right to peaceably assemble. So that's the text of the amendment I'm urging all of us to support because it's clear that the president is launching a crackdown on Americans' right to protest their government to boost his own flailing political position. He's showcasing his authoritarian instincts when he has federal law enforcement agents fill roles they haven't trained for in communities they aren't part of. But Americans, we know our constitutional rights. As we've done here in Texas, hundreds of thousands of us are taking to the streets, standing in solidarity with Black lives and demanding justice. Adopting this amendment to our platform shows that Democrats stand for constitutional protections and against President Trump's abuse of federal law enforcement agents. It shows our confidence that the government can protect individual liberty and public property while upholding the highest standards of conduct. And it complements the platform's focus on criminal legal reform, accountability for law enforcement, and upholding the rule of law. I'm proud to offer this First Amendment that highlights just how high the stakes are come November. Again, my name is Sarah Labowitz. I'm supporting Joe Biden for president, and I urge you to support this amendment.
Sarah, thank you very much. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on this proposal in the portal. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard is in the platform portal. And next, I want to call on Marissa Franco to begin discussion.
Hello.
Marissa, over to you.
Again, my name is Marisa Franco.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Good. All right. I am speaking in support of, when when Donald Trump ran for office 4 years ago, he pledged that he would uphold law and order. Instead, he operates as if he is above it. 4 years later, we've seen this over and over again, and he has repeatedly shown us who he is. And his most recent actions demonstrate that this lawlessness is spreading beyond his office and his actions. The use of federal agents coming to cities uninvited and unwelcome, without proper identification, sowing terror in communities, and essentially trampling on our rights to protest is a dangerous, dangerous precedent that is being set as we speak. It goes without saying that as we face many threats facing the election in November, we should not be confused about in what direction this action could take. This is a threat to our democracy. This is a threat to the elections that need to happen in November. And it's also threatening and stifling movements and ideas whose time has come. He has shown us over the last 4 years who he is. And I think it's incumbent upon us to understand this is not a drill. This is not a test. And the further we let him extend, bend, and break norms, rules, and customs, the weaker we will be for it, and the less likelihood we will have to be able to take him out of office and make him the one-term president that he needs to be. I urge you all to support this amendment denouncing President Trump's deployment of federal agents to cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marisa. We've concluded our discussion on this amendment, and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option: yes, no, or abstain. And once you've had your vote recorded, you'll receive a message on the portal thanking you for your vote. A reminder that there are no secret ballots here, so all votes are recorded and will be posted in the documents section. As quickly as we can post them, will be posted in the documents section of the portal with who voted and how each delegate voted. So please, again, please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and selecting a voting option: yes, no, or abstain. Just waiting for the votes to be recorded. Okay. Members, voting has closed on this amendment. The voting totals are 170 yes and 1 no. The motion has been adopted, and the section will be amended to reflect the changes. The chair will now recognize Pranita Gupta to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 187985. 187985. Pranita, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pranita Gupta, and I'm supporting Joe Biden for president. I would like to ask you to support this amendment on paid leave. I'll read the text of it. Democrats will implement a paid sick days and high quality, comprehensive and inclusive paid family and medical leave system that protects workers from the unfair choice between attending to urgent health or caretaking needs and earning a paycheck. We will fight to ensure all workers are guaranteed at least 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave to enable new parents to recover from childbirth and bond with their newborns, foster or adopted children, and allow all workers to take extended time off to care for themselves or ailing loved ones. The reason I'm asking you to support this very important amendment is that the United States is the only advanced economy in the world that doesn't guarantee paid sick leave or paid family leave. It's past time to provide these vital protections to American workers. Only 18% of private sector workers have access to paid family leave. This is worse for the lowest wage workers, where over 95% have no access to paid family leave. Tamika Henry's story sadly illustrates this point. She is the mother of 4 who lost her job as a care worker in an assisted living facility when she had to take leave to care for her husband when he became ill. She was the sole breadwinner in her family, and the loss of her job in the absence of real type of safety net that we all need was devastating to her and her family. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the serious consequences of failing to provide adequate paid leave. Over 106 million workers were left out of the emergency paid leave provisions passed by Congress. These are essential workers, healthcare workers, and first responders. All across the country, people have had to choose between earning a paycheck or caring for a loved one. People have had to choose between going to work sick or struggling to pay rent. I'm proud that Vice President Biden's COVID-19 plan and our 2020 platform commit to providing leave protections for everyone in this crisis, from gig workers to self-employed. And I'm very proud to support strengthening and reinforcing our commitment to paid leave overall, as this amendment does. For the past century, we have been the party that stands up for workers and their families. Enacting nationwide paid family and medical leave will build on that legacy. It will make our workers healthier and more competitive in the 21st century economy. It will allow families to cement the early bonds between parents and children that are so important for their development, and it will reinforce our efforts to make sure our economy is working for everyone. Almost all working people will experience a caregiving need at some point in their lives, whether to welcome a new child, care for a seriously ill spouse or parent or other loved one, or to treat their own serious illness. Workers need comprehensive paid leave along with adequate wage replacement and job protection to ensure they can actually access this important benefit and work support. We know paid leave works for our nation. We can learn from the 8 states across the country and the District of Columbia that have passed comprehensive and inclusive paid family medical leave laws. This robust statement of support for paid family and medical leave is firmly in line with our platform's broader economic message. It's a recognition that our economy has left too many people behind, and a strong commitment to the policies necessary to do better in the years ahead. Once again, my name is Pranitha Gupta, and I'm supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranitha. We will now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on the proposal in the portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard is in the platform portal. I'll now call on Analilia Mejia to begin discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to speak. We all know that one of the most basic steps to protect public health during a pandemic is for workers who themselves or a loved one have either been sick or don't have the ability to take the leave they need quickly, or if they fear the loss of wages or being fired, then they're forced to continue to go on despite the risk to public health. If we are to continue to save lives, we must ensure that all workers have enough access to the time they need to care for themselves and their loved ones. Working people without paid sick days, for example, are 3 times more likely to go without medical care for themselves and 1.6 times more likely to go without medical care for their families, compared to all other people who have paid sick days. Disparities in access to paid family leave create and show the disparities between, or expose the disparities between Latinx and Black workers. And they increase and lead to healthcare disparities that we all are very alarmed about. The reality is that with the exception of few localities and states, my home state of New Jersey included, employers are not required by law to provide the time workers need. But most Americans believe that paid sick days, that time off, that family leave should be a worker's right guaranteed by their government. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of Democrats support this, and even a significant majority of Republicans. So it is high time that we all work together and that this party lead on this issue and secure workers the time that they need. I urge all of us to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you very much. We've concluded discussion on this amendment and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal on in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. I'm just recording the vote. Members, voting has closed on this amendment. The motion with 167 yes votes has been adopted, and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. Julie, over to you.
Great, thank you, Dennis. The chair would now like to recognize Lily Eccleston Garcia for 2-minute remarks. Lily?
By the end of this pandemic, I will know how to unmute. Thanks for giving me just a few minutes to make a few comments about this and to put education and the economy together. President Trump, I just even hate putting those two words together. Donald Trump inherited the longest economic expansion in American history under the Obama-Biden administration, and he squandered every second of it with spectacular incompetence. And in this platform, we lay out a plan to stop another Republican recession from becoming the second Great Depression by investing in infrastructure, care work, clean energy, small business to put Americans to work in good paying jobs, shoring up state and local budgets to save public jobs like public school jobs, protect public health in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And it's ongoing, of course, because it wasn't taken seriously by Donald Trump 6 months ago. And there's still today no national response plan. What impresses me most about our plan is that it intentionally tackles the fundamental reforms to address structural and systemic racism that's so entrenched in everything from income and wealth inequality all throughout our economy. But we didn't stop there. It's why I'm so proud. We commit to also forge a new social and economic contract with the American people, a contract that invests in people and promotes shared prosperity, and not one that just benefits just the biggest corporations, just the wealthiest few. If we do this right, everybody benefits. And there's so much work to be done for us to execute and sustain this progressive economic vision. But one of the most important things we can do to make a reality this plan, and it's where it begins for me as a 6th grade teacher from Utah. I see my friend Scott Howell on here. He knows the year I had 39 sixth graders in my class. I bought my own supplies. I know what it's like to be funded by bake sales. So absolutely number one in this economic policy is we have to finally provide every blessed child in America with a world-class education. And the platform before us recognizes that improving education is the force multiplier for addressing the rest of our priorities. You get education right, there's a path forward. You get it wrong, you're going to hit a dead end. Investing in high quality public education across all this great country will make sure that economic opportunity and social mobilities are realities for every child, just not a theory. We make it real, no matter what their race, their zip code, their disability status, their sexual orientation or gender identity, or their household incomes. Our students today are going to become the engineers and the doctors and the teachers in the future. They're the ones who are going to develop the technologies, combat diseases. They're going to be the moms and the dads and the voters and the taxpayers and the thinkers and the builders. And they're going to be the ones who take our place someday. And this platform before us outlines our party's plan to support every student, every family, every educator from preschool to graduate school. And I always talk about schools needing to support the whole blessed child. And now we need this plan to support every family with an economy that works for us all. I am so proud of a party with a plan and a platform that recognizes the importance of meeting the challenges of education access and equity and what that means to our economy. Our country needs this plan if we're going to give people what we all need to succeed in this economy. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lily, for joining us and for your tremendous leadership. Next, the chair would like to bring up Peter Rickman for a couple minutes of remarks. Peter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The system's been rigged. We all know it. It's been rigged at the expense of the working class by Wall Street and the 1%, the billionaires and the boss class. And we are struggling with lower wages and higher poverty, eroded living standards, and tremendous inequality. It's time for the federal government to unrig this system, to take up the cause of the masses and take on the power of the classes. Here in Milwaukee, where I'm from, and across my home state of Wisconsin, the good union jobs in factories and foundries that built the world's first middle class mostly are gone. They're not coming back. And they've been replaced by low-wage service sector employment. But those good industrial jobs weren't always such great jobs to support our families and build this economy. It took a workers' movement in the streets and New Deal Democratic leaders with bold, aggressive ideas that sought explicitly to raise wages and balance the power between bosses and workers to transform the dirty, dangerous, low-paid jobs of the time into that bedrock of the world's first middle class and create the basis for a multi-generational democratic majority in this country. That's the model for how we can transform the jobs in our economy of today. The jobs that need doing, like CNAs and cooks, janitors and housekeepers, security guards, customer service reps. We can transform these jobs into family-supporting living wage, union jobs, and a new middle class once again. We've got to make it the governing priority, this Democratic Party, to enable workers to come together in a union, to balance the power with bosses, and make that so at the workplace, at the industry and sector level of the economy. We've got to reform a federal labor law that was written closer to the Civil War than it was to today. We need stronger and better labor laws for stronger standards and better jobs. But we also need more jobs. In a global pandemic facing the existential threat of climate change, with the transportation, energy, and public health infrastructure of something like a second-tier nation, not one that aspires to be the greatest in the world, there is no reason that we cannot put to work every person who wants a job, paid living wages, with a damn fine union contract to protect them too. There's so much work that needs doing and plenty of working people to do it. The role of government in this moment must include creating millions of good union jobs with that can-do New Deal spirit. It's time for the Democratic Party to embrace our history as a working people's party and to adapt that spirit of the New Deal for the 21st century with a bold aspirational vision to once again transform our economy and the nation. Let's not be afraid to say union. Let's be okay talking about power. Let's define a robust role for the federal government in fixing our economy for working class people. And tell you what, here in Wisconsin, where 2/3 of the jobs pay less than $20 an hour and 1 in 5 working people is unemployed, we need that kind of aspirational agenda. Whether we're talking to working class Black folks here in Milwaukee or in my hometown with working class white folks up in northern Wisconsin. Blue collar, pink collar, white collar, doesn't matter the collar. All of us in the working class are looking for this Democratic Party to take up our cause. Imagine election night here in Wisconsin, in Michigan, Ohio, wherever, where these swing states are. Imagine if we've turned out hundreds of thousands of working class people who subscribe to this bold agenda and said, I'm going to go to the polls to cast my ballot for Joe Biden and this Democratic Party. Imagine that multiracial working class movement staying in the streets after election day to put a wind at the backs of Joe Biden and Democrats in the House and the Senate with real majorities and a governing agenda. That's how we will transform this economy. It's how we will transform this country. It's how we will build an economy for the many, not just the few. And we will build a Democratic majority that will last not just my generation, but far into the future. That's the kind of Democratic Party platform we are looking for. And that's what will win at the ballot box in November. Let's make that platform a reality here today. Let's go campaign through November and let's make this happen for Democrats and for all working class people here in this country.
Thank you, Peter, so much for your fiery presentation. And we want to go forward with Mary Kay Henry, who's our next speaker. Mary Kay.
Thank you so much to Co-Chair Julie Rodriguez and Dennis McDonough. I'm grateful for your service as our co-chairs, but also for your lifetime of public service. The coronavirus has exacerbated what you two opened this meeting with, the economic and racial inequality that working families and communities across this country have long understood, especially for our nation's essential workers. And the nearly 64 million who earn less than $15 an hour and have never had health care or paid sick leave as a condition of their employment. But thanks to the DNC Platform Committee, we just passed an amendment that's going to integrate paid sick leave and paid family medical leave into this platform. And I'm so grateful that this platform sees caregiving as an essential part of the economic recovery that this nation is committed to and that Vice President Biden is leading on. Home care and childcare providers have cared for generations in our families who are now becoming teachers to their children and taking caregiving to their parents and grandparents, while many are working remotely and juggling and struggling to make all of those things happen. But for those who couldn't work remotely, our nation's essential workers, a majority of Black and brown women, the struggle and the risk is even greater. Our nation's essential workers have stayed on the job to keep the economy and our healthcare possible and to keep our communities safe and to keep their families fed. Even before the COVID crisis, the need for quality long-term care and quality childcare were among the most pressing needs for families in our current economy. And while the demand for caregivers was growing, America's care system itself was in crisis. Caregivers like Demetria Shipp cares for 2 elders in Milwaukee. She's proud of the work she does every day to keep them safe and independent at home. And in the pandemic, she lost her 3rd job that helps make ends meet and is now worried about getting behind on bills and about eviction. Demetria is thrilled that the Democratic platform and Joe Biden understand all of this. And we all know that Donald Trump doesn't. And worst of all, he doesn't even try to understand what families are going through. This platform addresses the most pressing and longstanding challenges facing the care sector. We have to increase the pay for workers in the care economy, and we need to expand training programs so that care workers can advance their skills. The platform also makes clear that care workers, like all workers across this country, should have the chance to join a union so they can advocate for better pay and working conditions. And like Peter Rickman just said, raise wages and create good jobs by being able to bargain a better life. On behalf of America's caregivers and families, the platform and Vice President Joe Biden make pre-K programs universal and create tax breaks to help cover the cost of childcare. We are incredibly grateful to stand in support of this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary Kay. The chair would like to next recognize Patrice Colliers for brief remarks. Patrice.
Thank you. Really appreciate this process and this conversation. I'm going to read my remarks. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous contributions of former Representative John Lewis to our country, to our collective history, and to our civil and human rights. My time today pays homage to one specific and unforgettable speech Lewis made in 1963 during the March on Washington. Something many of you may not know is that Lewis's original speech was changed substantively just minutes before he went on stage. Martin Luther King Jr., A. Philip Randolph, and others reworked Lewis's phrasing because they knew their audience would find his chosen language too strongly worded, too condemnatory, too divisive, too, dare I say it, Black. So today my words will echo the cadence of Lewis's 1963 speech, but with one notable difference: no trimming, no baiting of breath. Many of you know I became a community organizer because of my big brother, Monty. Monty has lived with schizoaffective disorder since his youth. He was diagnosed at age 19 after being viciously beaten by the Los Angeles Sheriff's deputies while inside of the LA County jail system. Monty is 41 now, and like many who suffer from mental illness, has cycled in and out of our criminal legal system for 20 years. Instead of getting the treatment he needs to live a healthy and productive life. And Monty's story, my family's story, they are not unique. So when I was personally invited to contribute to the party's platform this year, it was a moment of hope. That phone call sparked a new belief in me that in the midst of chaos and crisis, our voices would be heard, counted. That the party might finally be ready to truly listen to Black people who have been impacted by police violence. Unfortunately, I learned that all my recommendations made by and for families like mine from across the country had been rejected. In Lewis's original 1963 speech, he said that he could not, in good conscience, support JFK's sanitized version of the Civil Rights Act. He called it far too little and far too late. I repeat, far too little, far too late. Honoring his legacy compels me to change the course of history. Honoring his sacrifices means not capitulating to a shattered standard. My role here today is also to give voice to the Breathe Act, our century's unedited Civil Rights Act, penned by leaders from across our nation with a movement for Black lives, working tirelessly to defend Black lives and to hold our leaders accountable to your promises to enhance the self-determination of Black communities. The Breathe Act is a love letter, an agenda setting forth how Black people in America can not only survive, but thrive. Central to the Breathe Act are: 1, divestment of federal resources from incarceration and policing, investment in non-punitive, non-carceral approaches to community safety, new allocations towards healthy, sustainable, equitable communities. Day after day, thousands of people throughout our country are protesting for reinvestment into Black communities and for freedom. And while our kindred continue to be killed, maimed, and tortured by police violence. And as we witness the rise of the largest, most diverse civil rights movement the world has ever seen, not just in our nation's history, but in human history, it is far from the first or last time the United States is reawakening to the evils of racism, of state-sanctioned violence, of a government notorious for its empty promises. What Lewis called, quote, evils that must be destroyed in all their forms, end quote. But without the sea changes our movement recommended for the 2020 Democratic platform, any claims to allyship and solidarity with our work to fight for Black liberation are for naught. Who will protect young children or old women from a militarized police force that uses rubber bullets, tear gas, and batons on citizens engaging in lawful demonstrations? Who will protect Black communities who live in constant fear because they live in a police? Who will fight for thousands of people arrested throughout this summer of protests? Just this week, 45 launched Operation Legend, a grant by the Department of Justice that will provide millions of dollars to hire and deploy hundreds of new police officers to our cities. We just voted against Operation Legend, but that's not enough. What will your presence here today ultimately prove? What will arouse us to the point of true action? without making the necessary recommitments and revisions, can any of you here truly stand up and say, my party is the party of principles? Again, hearkening back to Lewis, quote, we are now all involved in a serious revolution until and unless our leaders become signatory to the Breathe Act, to legislation that eliminates the federal government's ability to give multi-million dollars to grants to militarized police forces, dismantles punitive policings like ICE, Border Patrol, and the DEA, ends the use of surveillance systems being used to target protesters, and bans the use of police agencies to suppress political dissent, the Democratic Party of today will be remembered as the party of complicity, the party that refused to sacrifice its own creature comforts and material securities to ensure it walked the walk. So before you leave today, I want you to answer this question for yourselves. Which side of history is my party actually on? Which side of history am I actually on? The revolution that's at hand, Representative Lewis wrote, and we must free ourselves of the chains of political and economic slavery. You have an opportunity right now to write the course of history. And if you're not careful, the Democratic Party will miss its greatest opportunity to lead our country through the true American Revolution. As Representative Lewis called, our minds, souls, and hearts cannot rest until freedom and justice exist for all. And the last of his words I'll share today. To those who have said, be patient and wait, we must say that patience is a dirty and nasty word. We cannot be patient. We do not want to be free gradually. We want our freedom and we want it now. I conclude this reminder, whether or not this platform is amended to the right side of history, there will be no cooling off period. Internalize Lewis's immortal words. The people you govern, who I represent today, we are all in the business of changing systems and won't stop. We will be here working, fighting, pushing until true freedom comes, until every single Black person can not just survive, but thrive, and we are asking you to join us. We get Trump out of office by leading with bold and courageous action. Join me in being bold and courageous in this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Thank you, Patrice. The chair would now like to recognize Valerie Alexander to make remarks. Valerie.
Thank you, Julie, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Valerie Alexander, and I'm from the city of Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a proud delegate of Vice President Biden's, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak about our party's criminal justice platform. I don't view this issue in the abstract. This is deeply personal for me, as I know it is for many of you. As a mother of a 26-year-old Black man, I've had the unfortunate burden of witnessing firsthand that our system is broken, unequal, and needs immediate reform. I couldn't agree more. Our criminal justice system is failing to keep communities safe and failing to deliver justice. That's why our platform calls from a top to bottom overhaul, and that's exactly what we intend to do. The platform outlines our plan, as Mayor Bottoms and our co-chair said earlier, to end the end of mass incarceration and dramatically reduce the number of Americans that are housed in our jails and in our prisons, while continuing to reduce crime rates. We need to ensure real accountability for individual and systemic misconduct in our police departments. It exists, we know it, we have to address it. We will end the failed war on drugs, which has imprisoned millions of Americans, disproportionately people of color, and hasn't been effective in reducing drug use. We believe that substance use disorders are diseases, not crimes, and neither is being poor or living in poverty. And it is not a crime, and we should not treat it as such. The platform deepens our commitment to helping those who have served their time re-enter society, earn a good living, and participate in our democracy as the full citizens that they are. Our courts need to reflect our country. We will appoint people to the bench who are committed to seeing justice served. We will nominate and confirm federal judges with diverse backgrounds and experiences so the system finally becomes fair. We are a party of action. We will not simply talk about criminal justice reform, we will act. It's up to us to ensure that there is true reform on the horizon and that we are taking this defining moment in history that we all know is happening outside of our doors and root out structural and systemic racism in our criminal justice system and in society writ large. We need to reimagine public safety for all of our people and for the soul of this country. I'm proud to support Joe Biden, and I'm proud to support the 2020 Democratic platform. Thank you.
The chair will now recognize Ivana Cancela to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 240515. 240515.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ivana Cancela, and I'm so proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president. I get to speak today on one of the most important issues that doesn't often get as much attention as it should. Understanding what America looks like is one of the most basic tasks of our government, and conducting the census is enshrined in our Constitution as a result. Unfortunately, what we've seen in recent years is an unabashed attempt by the Trump administration and the Republican Party to push for measures that could distort that picture by excluding some of our sisters and brothers from the count. It has been a thankfully incompetent attempt to add a citizenship question and to a blatantly unconstitutional executive order aimed at excluding many from congressional apportionment. I'm so proud to be a part of a party of people, of Democrats that will always push back against efforts to politicize the census or discourage participation. This amendment codifies that commitment into our party platform alongside our other commitments to protect the rights and representation for everyone. Protecting the integrity of the census is part of healing the soul of our nation. It is part of protecting our democracy. In a platform where we commit to restoring the Voting Rights Act, reforming our broken campaign finance system, and restoring ethics and transparency in our government, it is entirely appropriate to make a similarly strong commitment to protecting the census. Once again, I'm Ivana Cancela, and I'm supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivana. We'll now move to a discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on this proposal in the portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard are in the platform portal. I will now call on Marielena Incapi to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Julie, for co-chairing this. In less than 100 days, we have a chance to make Donald Trump a one-term president and to elect Vice President Biden. This amendment in particular cuts to the core of what is at stake in this election. This election is consequential for all of us, for our democracy, and for immigrants. It means it's a matter of life and death. There is a reason that Donald Trump has been trying to block all of us from being counted. And that is because this administration is about trying to slow down the demographic shift in this country by changing what we look like as a nation. The Constitution is clear. Section 2 of the 14th Amendment talks about every person must be counted, and person means person. It is regardless of immigration status, race, language, sexual orientation, identity. And with that, I ask you to support this amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've concluded our discussion on this amendment and will now move to a vote. Please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Just waiting for the vote to be tabulated. Okay, the chair will now recognize Nina Hachigian for 4 minutes. Nina.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nina Hachigian. I was proud to represent our country overseas as an ambassador during the Obama-Biden administration. I'm proud now to serve as the Deputy Mayor of International Affairs for the City of Los Angeles. I'm a proud supporter of Vice President Biden and honored to speak about our party's foreign policy platform. I want to highlight 3 features of the platform that I think will speak to every American. First, the platform shows that Democrats understand the connection between our leadership abroad and our renewal at home. Democrats understand that an inclusive, strong economy, a healthy democracy, and a just society are essential for effective American leadership abroad. And we believe that the ultimate measure and purpose of our foreign policy is to deliver for all Americans. The platform lays out a vision for disciplined foreign policy rooted in the needs and the aspirations of the American middle class and the imperative of building a more fair, dynamic, and resilient society, which is the ultimate wellspring of our power. Second, the platform makes clear that our tool of first resort for advancing our interests and values around the world must be diplomacy. Democrats understand the unique strengths America has, our unmatched network of allies and partners, friends that will stand by us, the international institutions we've built and led that help us solve problems like climate change, and the global economic and trade system that we have shaped. And we know that the Trump administration's unilateral diplomatic disarmament and disengagement has put American security and interests on every issue in every region at greater peril, and our rivals at greater advantage than 4 years ago. The United States must be at the head table whenever the safety and well-being of Americans is at stake, working in concert with our allies and our partners. Time and again, the Trump administration has stormed out, leaving America's seat at the table vacant, often literally vacant, inviting others like China to fill the void. Americans deserve better. The task before us is not to turn back the clock to 4 years ago, but to reinvent our policy, approaches, and institutions to meet the test of tomorrow. Finally, after 4 years in which the Trump administration has hollowed out the very idea of America, this platform shows that Democrats will put values back at the center of our foreign policy. Around the world, democracy and human rights are under greater assault than they have been in a generation. Under President Trump, the United States has too often been part of the assault and too rarely engaged in the defense and the promotion of universal values. Democrats believe that the fight for universal values should start at home, but it can't end there. Global democratic backsliding and the erosion of human rights put our interests and values at risk. That's why the reinvention of American leadership demands we put democratic values at the core of our foreign policy, with renewed strategies and tools for a new era. As with all the issues we've talked about today, our party has its share of policy differences, but those differences pale in comparison to what unites us. The task of rebuilding at home will be enormous. So too will be the task of renewing American leadership. But if we translate the vision of this platform into action, I'm confident that America's renewal at home will strengthen us on the world stage, and America's re-engagement abroad will accelerate our renewal at home, and that America will be America once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nina. The chair will now recognize Lee Merritt for 4 minutes. Lee.
And I'm sorry about the delay there. Are you all hearing me fine?
We've got you loud and clearly.
All right, great. In large part, I'm really going to defer to the statements of Ms. Cullors. I think she spoke so well for the Black community and for supporters of Joe Biden and where we exist in this moment. I was asked specifically to deal with the chokehold and the ban on the chokehold agreement by this platform, which I think is extremely important. I will back up for a moment and introduce who I am, and then I'll tell a story that has to do with the chokehold and move from there. My name is Lee Merritt. I'm a civil rights lawyer and the director for the Grassroots Law Project. I represent the families of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Tatiana Jefferson, Botham Jean, Jordan Edwards, Antoine Rose, Everett Palmer, Jamel Roberson, and Pamela Turner, just to name a few of the higher profile cases of police brutality and racial violence. I'm humbled to have the opportunity to address you all on the Unity Committee. We know that under the Trump administration, hate crimes have been on the rise and police brutality has gone virtually unchecked throughout the country. At the same time, the people of this country have finally begun to take a stand against systemic racism, police brutality, and mass incarceration, as well as mass supervision in the largest prison population in world history. That prison population is of course disproportionately Black and brown. And under the common banner, Black Lives Matter, people all over the world have stood up to denounce racism and fascism. On April 9th of 2018, an Army veteran that most haven't heard of at this point, his name was Everett Palmer Jr. He received a phone call from his brother that his brother who's a 30-year veteran of the NYPD. He learned that his mother in New York was undergoing a medical surgery, and he planned to travel from York, Pennsylvania to Queens, New York, where his mother was located. First, he stopped by the local police department to ensure he didn't have any outstanding warrants that might affect his ability to travel. Once he voluntarily presented himself before local law enforcement, they discovered there was a warrant and they took him into custody without incident. Now, under a cloud of mystery, Everett Palmer died in his cell. His body was returned to his family, missing his heart, brain, and throat. After 2 years of fighting for answers, his family discovered just recently he was drugged by a correctional officer who subsequently entered his cell and choked him to death, along with several other officers. Everett Palmer died declaring, like so many, "I cannot breathe." On behalf of the Biden-Bernie Unity platform, this campaign is committing to a complete ban on the chokehold, which would make that form of brutality a relic of a violent past. I have to echo my sister's sentiments earlier. We must go further. And I'm proud of this platform's commitment, this committee's commitment to end mass incarceration and end the war on drugs. How we go about that is going to be of critical importance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lee. The chair will now recognize Charlie King for 3 minutes. Charlie.
Thank you. Thanks to the hard work of the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Forces, this year's criminal justice platform highlights our party's commitment to reducing and improving people's interactions with our criminal justice system, and it lays out a strong commitment to redemption. And thanks to Chairman Perez and the party platform committee, this is the first time in 145 days that I'm wearing a button-down shirt and long pants together. Fundamentally, Democrats believe that criminal justice in America must live up to our values. For too long, policing in our country has disproportionately impacted people and communities of color. For too long, arbitrary distinctions in our law have led drug sentencing to exacerbate racial inequities. And for too long, our criminal justice system has doled out excessive punishments for a host of relatively minor crimes and violations. We believe that we can and must overhaul this system so that our justice system provides justice for everyone. Democrats are committed to reforming our federal justice sentencing laws to repeal mandatory minimums and eliminate the sentencing disparity between crack and powdered cocaine. We are committed to restoring the Department of Justice's role in scrutinizing police misconduct across our country. And we are committed to ending egregious punishments like the death penalty and juvenile life without parole, while also making sure that fines and fees do not keep people incarcerated for minor offenses. For individuals who've served their time, Democrats will promote and expand reentry efforts that guarantee the restoration of voting rights and access to public services. Because focusing on redemption is an antidote to recidivism as well as the right thing to do. I'm proud to speak on behalf of the strong criminal justice reform language.
Committee members, we're now going to go back to the vote on Amendment 240515, the amendment related to the census. We had a technical issue with that vote, and so we're going to re-vote that issue. The vote is now back in the portal. Members should vote on the platform portal, choosing either yes, no, or abstain. We will re-vote for 3 minutes. So again, we had a technical issue with the vote on amendment number 240515, the amendment regarding the census. That vote is now back in the portal. Members should vote yes, no, or abstain. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. Thanks everyone for your patience and your hard work on this. The vote on amendment 240515 is now open in the platform committee portal. And thanks again for your hard work and for your patience. I thank everybody for voting on amendment 240515 regarding the census. That vote is open on the portal. Please vote at the platform committee portal by choosing yes, no, or abstain. We'll begin tabulating those votes shortly. Thank you again for your patience. We'll be providing information on the vote result in just 1 minute, 1 moment. Thanks everybody for your patience. Okay. Members, voting has closed on this amendment, and we'll be announcing the results of that vote momentarily. As we record the final votes on that, I'm going to now recognize Michael Leighty to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 328194. Amendment 328194. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure to offer this amendment to include support for Medicare for All in the 2020 DNC platform. It's vital that we meet this moment that demands health justice, and Medicare for All can create a system to address the health inequities exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, where Blacks and Latinos are dying at rates 2.5 times of whites, due often to longstanding untreated chronic conditions that the private commercial insurance-based system has created, because now we ration healthcare based on ability to pay, and that means those most in need do not get the care they need. We know that as COVID-19 ravages the country, killing nearly 150,000 people, the commercial insurers are making more profits than ever. If this amendment is controversial, it is due to the distorted hundreds of millions of dollars in lobbying and political contributions and political ads that the health insurance industry has put forth over the last few years. That is unacceptable at this moment, when Nobel Prize winning economist Angus Deaton has said that private insurance financing is an engine of inequality in our system. That inequality means over 100 million people are underinsured. And it means that we cannot solve this with a public option that requires 8.5% of one's income in premiums, or requires deductibles and copays, or ties insurance to employment that may be gone as during the pandemic, or allows employers to determine whether women have access to reproductive health care. It is vital that the Democratic Party join the NAACP, the Poor People's Campaign, the rising majority, Mahente, community-based organizations all over the country, and demand guaranteed health care for all through an improved Medicare for All system. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I will call on Abdul El Sayed to begin discussion.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Abdul El Sayed, and I'm a physician, epidemiologist, and formerly the health director for the city of Detroit. And I rise to support this amendment on behalf of the people of the city that I used to care for who've been ravaged by COVID-19. We know that this is challenging us with the worst public health, economic, and civic catastrophe in over a century. But it's not just COVID-19. It's the fact that it's revealed that our house of healthcare was built of straw. We have a for-profit healthcare system that's left 27 million more people without healthcare because we attached healthcare to jobs. Our hospitals were facing COVID-19 even as they were battling bankruptcy because of the way that our system demands profit motives. And as the New York Times just reported, it helped to drive vastly unequal consequences, driving disparities in COVID-19 transmission and mortality among low-income Americans, rural Americans, and Black and Brown Americans. Beyond that, we've struggled for a long time. This is not new. Though the ACA was incredibly important, helping millions into health insurance, 10% of Americans remained without healthcare even before COVID-19. Further, many more are underinsured. The answer here is clear. Rather than a healthcare quilt, we need a solid blanket to cover our body politic, and that is Medicare for All. The vast majority of Democrats in poll after poll support it, and it's time that our party did as well. We have the opportunity to rise up to meet this moment, to recognize that leadership has to start when we believe in the people that we care about and that we serve. I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. El Sayed. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on this proposal in the portal. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal, and the chair now recognizes Cecilia Munoz. Cecilia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Cecilia Munoz. I am a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president, and I say with great respect for Mr. Leighty and for Dr. El Sayed, that the current 2020 platform, as it's written, has the most progressive, the most ambitious healthcare proposal in the history of the Democratic Party. It's the product of extensive negotiation and deliberation by the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force. And task force members were united in their affirmation of the healthcare language that's contained in this platform in its original form. That is no small accomplishment. It's an accomplishment we should take great pride in. I completely agree with the previous speakers that the past decade, and especially the past several months of the COVID-19 pandemic, have only reinforced that our party is the party of healthcare. And these months have also reinforced how important it is to uphold that mantle as we continue to work towards universal healthcare. And to say that our counterparts in the Republican Party have a different view doesn't even begin to cover it. Right now, the Trump administration is trying to strip health coverage from millions of Americans in the middle of a pandemic by overturning the Affordable Care Act in court. Right now, millions of Americans are needlessly at risk because Republican governors refused to support the Medicaid expansion. Those are policy decisions that have a death toll associated with them. Our 2020 platform lays out Democrats' commitment to making sure that all Americans have access to high quality, affordable health care by building on the Affordable Care Act, reining in costs for things like prescription drugs, ending health disparities across our communities, and giving every single American access to a robust public option. This public option will be available through the Affordable Care Act marketplace, but it will go far beyond its private counterparts. It will negotiate prices just like Medicare, holding out-of-pocket costs and premiums down. It will cover all primary care without copayments, and it will provide at least one plan choice without any deductibles. The public option will be accountable to just one group, its customers, not its shareholders or Wall Street or investors. I'm proud and thankful that the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force has outlined such a progressive statement of our party's views on this issue. I believe we should retain that language, the language that they negotiated. So again, my name is Cecilia Munoz. I'm very proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cecilia. We'll now we've concluded our discussion on this amendment and we'll move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option. Yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option. Yes, no, or abstain. Again, the vote on Amendment 328194 is now open. We'll hold this open for 2 more minutes. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Please vote using a Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Members, voting has closed on this amendment. The motion was not approved by the members, and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. There were 36 yes, 125 no, and 3 abstentions. That's on Amendment 328, 194. I want to now go back and report on Amendment 240515. Amendment 240515 related to census. That amendment was agreed to and has been adopted, and the section will be amended to reflect those changes. Votes on Amendment 240515 were 169 yes, 0 no. The chair will now recognize Dr. El Sayed to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 052848.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, Doc. This amendment has been uploaded in the portal. And over to you, Doc.
Though I am disappointed that that this committee has not approved the amendment on which I and Michael Leidy spoke previously. I am and remain proud to have served on that Healthcare Unity Task Force that Cecilia Munoz spoke about. And though I believe deeply in Medicare for All, I also recognize that this public option laid out the realization that we cannot come into a post-COVID reality with the pre-COVID plans that we had previously. And in order to meet this moment, in order to make sure that all Americans are covered, in order to recognize the fact that the economic consequences of this disaster mean that millions of Americans, 27 million Americans, have been forced off of their health insurance, we need a much more robust public option. The recommendations that the task force has adopted move in that direction, I think move forcefully in that direction to create the most progressive democratic platform, as Cecilia Munoz spoke about. That being said, there is a lot more that we need to do, because as I said previously, while Medicare for All would have been a full blanket, what we are offering the American people here is a quilt. And so we have a responsibility to sew any of the holes that may be covering, that may not cover some of the parts of the body politic. This amendment would allow every single American child and every American over the age of 55 access to that public option without having to face the penalty of a premium. That means that it would be automatically enrolled. That means that it would be there for them. And let me explain why it is so critical for us to care for our children and to care for those who are approaching seniority in this particular time. I'm the father of a 2-year-old. I know the ways that this pandemic has shaped her. And frankly, I'll be watching the ways that it's shaping her unfold throughout her life. I don't know, what it means to tell a 2-year-old that they can't talk to another 2-year-old for fear of a virus. But that's something that we have to do for our kid every day. Children are thinking about whether or not they'll be safe if they go back to school, whether or not they can go back to school at all. Their educators potentially in grave danger because we have failed under the leadership of this failed president to take this thing on. But we have to make sure that our children are covered. No child should go without health insurance. The public option, expanding premium-free public option support and service to our children would do that. And then secondarily, we talked about the economic consequences, the loss of livelihoods for adults. Now, we know that in this economy, with 11% unemployment, those who are most likely to have lost a job tend to be young people, but they're also the most likely to get a job again. The fact of the matter is that our seniors, particularly those who are later on and approaching Medicare age, are least likely to be able to get back into the job market once this brutal job market spits them out. And that's why even as this platform makes an important move to reduce the Medicare age to 60, we know that people between the ages of 55 and 60 still have a high proportion and probability of being left uncovered simply because they've lost a job and do not have access to getting back into the economy. So this amendment would move also to provide those between the ages of 55 and 60, when Medicare would start per the platform, access to premium-free public option coverage. This sits, frankly, within the bounds of what we've discussed, we've agreed to both at the Healthcare Task Force and also on this platform committee. It's an opportunity to expand this public option to meet this unique moment in American history, to recognize that people shouldn't have to choose between lives and livelihoods in an unprecedented pandemic and economic circumstance. And it provides the opportunity for us to know that any of the holes that exist in this healthcare quilt that we are building, that they're covered. And lastly, I want to note that we have an opportunity here to go bigger because this moment demands it. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. El Sayed. I want to just correct a mistake I made in introducing your amendment. The amendment that is currently being considered and that you've just spoken to is number 054994. And this amendment has been uploaded into the portal. Now we'll move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on this proposal in the portal. Both the amendment, and again, that's amendment number 054994. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal. I will now call on Sonal Shah to begin discussion. Sonal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to also thank Dr. El Sayed for his comments. Again, this is healthcare is such an important part, as Cecilia Munoz has already stated, that my name is Sonal Shah and I am supporting Joe Biden for president. The healthcare platform before us, as Cecilia Munoz has stated, is the most progressive healthcare platform in the history of our party. And I am so grateful for the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force for its hard work in developing such an ambitious statement for our party's principles. I happen to be one of those party principals that was involved in the Unity Task Forces on the economy. And I know how important it was to come together to do this and to come together and create this platform. Democrats have always been a party of protecting older Americans. That's why we created and will always defend Social Security and Medicare. We will never take for granted or ignore the needs of older Americans, as the Trump administration has done with its disastrous response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The language in the 2020 platform reiterates these commitments. It lays out a path for expanding healthcare options, benefits for those who are approaching or are at retirement. It also allows millions of Americans to choose between their employer-based health insurance, a very robust public option, or early enrollment in Medicare at age 60. Again, this is where we are talking about. It's Medicare enrollment at 55 or 60. The platform, as we agreed, it already states that we can have early enrollment at Medicare at 60. These provisions represent the best path for Americans expanding coverage, for older Americans and for all Americans. The public option will be uniquely affordable and accessible, will allow everyone to get strong health insurance through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. It will build on the success of Medicare by negotiating prices in the same fashion, and it will publicly be administered by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Most importantly, the approach in our platform ensures that every American, whether they are 15, 45, or 75, will be able to get health care that they deserve. It's time to build on that foundation. And the plan articulated on our platform of creating a public option, lowering the Medicare age to 60, taking on the pharmaceutical industry, reining in costs, and ending health disparities is the best pathway to do so. These measures will expand healthcare access for Americans, young and old, and they will make universal healthcare a reality across our country. I am glad and I am super happy that the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force endorsed the language that we are discussing today. Forging ahead on the path to universal healthcare will require hard work from Democrats of all views, and the current platform recognizes that reality while providing a roadmap for action. Again, my name is Sonal Shah. I am very proudly supporting Joe Biden for president. I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment. This is, again, an amendment that the language agreed in the platform is language of the Unity Task Force. So I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Sonal, thank you very much. We've concluded our discussion on this amendment and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Members, voting on this amendment has now closed. The motion was not approved by the members, and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. Final vote was 33 yes, 127 no, and 6 abstentions. The chair will now recognize Jane Kim to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 303097. Jane, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. At least 4 million children across our nation lack access to healthcare today. Never has this number and the community's disproportionately impact been laid more bare than today. Why should the Democratic Party resoundingly support this amendment? 1, providing children with healthcare is cheap. The average child's medical need, including vaccines and checkups, are routine, low cost, and preventative. By simply and clearly guaranteeing coverage for all kids, our nation would offer peace of mind to all families. Low-income and working-class families would be enrolled automatically without paperwork, discretionary decisions of adults, or outreach education in multiple languages, while having more discretionary spending for food and housing. Analysis has shown that Medicare was the 3rd largest anti-poverty program, responsible for raising 2 to 3 million people out of poverty, reducing medical debt and bankruptcies. Medicare for Kids is also a subsidy to middle-class parents who currently spend more money for their kids' insurance through copays, significant and often unaffordable deductibles. In fact, private healthcare insurance does not guarantee access to care, as out-of-pocket costs effectively eliminate access. Finally, and significantly, more children lack continuous, uninterrupted care. Children are vulnerable to quote-unquote health insurance churn, yanked in and out of coverage and familiar doctors due to parent job loss or slight changes in income, which disqualify them from Medicaid or CHIP. Childhood health coverage has been shown to have enormously positive health impacts: reduce obesity, decrease reports of mental health problems, unexpected teen pregnancies, and smoking and alcohol use. And significantly amongst Black children, Medicaid expansion is associated with reduced mortality rates. Finally, healthcare access is strongly linked to a child's academic outcome, including better reading scores, higher likelihood of graduating from high school, leading to a child's future and stronger economic security. We can enrich the most progressive healthcare platform in our history by becoming a nation in which all newborn babies, rich and poor, go home with a name, birth certificate, and health insurance. And we will reflect our nation's Democrats who in a poll in 2019 by Data for Progress showed that 80% of registered Democrats in our country support Medicare for kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. We'll now move to a discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on this proposal in the portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard are in the platform portal. I'll now call on Chris Jennings to begin the discussion. Chris.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Glad to be with you. My name is Chris Jennings, and I am supporting Joe Biden for president. I'm very proud that the healthcare platform we are discussing today lives up to the Democratic Party's legacy as the party of Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act. The Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force, on which I was privileged to serve with Abdul and many, many other very respected leaders, have put together and agreed upon a bold statement of our party's commitment to realizing our vision of healthcare as a right for all. I'm pleased to comment on this amendment to enroll all young people 18 and under in Medicare. Democrats are proud of our record in ensuring high quality coverage for all children. And we are proud the commitment outlined in our platform does just that. We've consistently opposed Republican efforts to cut Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, which threatens the 35.5 million children currently covered by these critical programs. The Trump administration has completely reversed the Obama-Biden record of expanding coverage to children by actually increasing the number of uninsured children by more than 400,000. In clear contrast, Democrats will build on the Affordable Care Act and lower costs by expanding tax credits, creating high-quality public option for all families and their children, incentivizing Medicaid expansion, expanding the Affordable Care Act to cover Dreamers, and working with the Democratic Congress to lift waiting periods for Medicaid and CHIP. In short, Democrats will make sure that young people receive the health care they need and they deserve. Tens of millions of parents have secured quality, comprehensive coverage through Medicaid, CHIP, the Affordable Care Act, and for tens of millions of Americans through their own employer-based coverage. They value that coverage and fear substantial disruptions to it. Recognizing this, the Vice President has chosen an innovative vision that provides a new comprehensive and affordable public option. He offers it up as a choice, not a requirement. For this reason, I strongly urge my fellow platform committee members to support the Vice President's proposal and oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We've concluded our discussion on this amendment and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. We're voting on Amendment 303097. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Members, voting has closed on this amendment. The motion was not approved by the members and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. Final votes were 36 yes, 124 no, and 5 abstentions. The chair will now recognize Michael Lighty to make a motion to offer amended language for amendment 048416.
Thank you, Chair McDonough. Again, Michael Lighty. I am a Bernie Sanders appointed delegate from the great state of California, a survivor of the AIDS pandemic, and currently sheltering in place as a diabetic during COVID. These experiences have taught me, for example, in the 80s, the importance of a local jurisdiction's ability to organize the healthcare system. Then, in the face of the Reagan administration's ignorance and willful denial of HIV/AIDS, resulting in the deaths of 300,000 people. The lesson that I have drawn from that is one that the proponents of the Affordable Care Act should agree with, and that is that states, as the laboratories of democracy, should be encouraged and given federal support to do single payer. The language currently in the draft platform is not substantially different from 2016, maybe virtually identical. And yet the world has changed, if for no other reason, the realization that health inequities are actually at the heart of the failed healthcare industry that has left so many uninsured and now has rendered employment-based insurance unreliable. What we know as a result of the pandemic is that states must be given the full authority and resources to design healthcare systems in the interests of their citizens. In the case of California, that means that the vast majority of Californians who support single payer, the governor, the Democratic governor, elected overwhelmingly on a platform of support for single payer, has set up a commission to establish single payer financing. Over 70% of Democrats support single payer in California. This is a reason not simply to adopt the language from 2016 that was inherited by the Unity Task Force, but to step up and meet the moment where other states like New York are considering single payer, Colorado, Washington State, states all over the country. If we need an example of why this works, look at the earlier paid sick leave resolution that we adopted. 9 states have established paid sick leave, and that has led to adoption in this platform, and during the Biden administration, adoption nationally as policy. The truth is that proponents of the public option or the current language around national health policy have nothing to fear from states doing single payer. After all, the theory is competition is good. That's the basis of the public option. So what is the concern in allowing a clear expression for support for HR 5010, for example? That's the bill in Congress that would grant broad statutory waivers to enable states to do single payer. That's not anticipated by the current language in the platform. Ro Khanna, the author of that bill, is co-chair of the California delegation. The elected leadership in California, uniformly Democrats, support single payer. What they are asking and what we are asking is for the full resources and tools, not to grant that a priori, but to allow California and other states to go through that process and get those resources. Quite frankly, the Democratic Party platform from the late 40s until 1992 actually had provisions for Medicare for all single payer. That is the bold progressive position of the historic FDR party that we are proud to represent. Let Californians take the mantle forward. Let Californians establish a single payer system with the full backing from the federal government. If there is success in California, let that success bloom throughout the country. And frankly, again, I say to those who don't support Medicare for all, who have political objections to it, those objections don't exist in California, where a vast majority, including independents, support single payer healthcare. What it offers is profound. It offers means to create real health equity and something that is so elusive that a hodgepodge fragmented system can't establish, and that is peace of mind. Give us the tools and we will deliver. Guaranteed healthcare for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We'll now move to discussion on this motion. Members, you may begin voting on this on the proposal in the portal. Both the amendment, that's number 048416, and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal. I will call on Chris Jennings to begin the discussion. Chris.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess like Abdul, gets to speak twice, so thank you. As you know, I am proud to support Joe Biden for president. The healthcare language proposed for the Democratic platform reflects the Democratic Party's enduring commitment to making sure that healthcare is affordable and accessible for all. It reflects the consensus recommendations of the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force, a body in which I was so proud to serve. It offers us a chance to unite our party in stark contrast to the Trump administration and congressional Republicans. We've seen time and time again over the past decade that the Republican Party is willing to hold up or hold hostage healthcare access for attempts at partisan gain. Efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act, to sabotage people's access to affordable care, and refusals to expand Medicaid have treated millions of Americans like political pawns. At the state level, Trump's constant efforts to undermine pre-existing condition protections through its promotion of junk plans and weaken Medicaid through work requirements and public charge rules has led to increasing numbers of uninsured Americans. He even refused to open up enrollment for the Affordable Care Act's exchanges in the face of a global pandemic, a time when Americans in all states needed the support the most. The Republicans' party idea of state flexibility is the ability to sell substandard health plans under the guise of choice and reducing the number of covered Americans by imposing arbitrary standards of worthiness. In contrast, Democrats are committed to promoting better coverage for all through locally tailored approaches. That's why our platform explicitly endorses using Affordable Care Act innovation waivers so that states can experiment with their own universal health care approaches. As our platform makes clear, the Democratic Party's approach to healthcare couldn't be any farther from that of our opponents. We believe in promoting access and improving quality, making sure everyone gets the care that they deserve. The best way to do that is by building on the ACA, creating a strong and affordable public option, and working to end disparities in health outcomes across the country. This language that we supported in the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force was agreed by all members. It's part of the strongest healthcare language in the Democratic Party's history. The Biden administration and a Democratic Congress will have urgent work to do as they protect and build on the Affordable Care Act and create a public option for all Americans. Those efforts should remain our top healthcare priorities. With this in mind, and because the current platform language already includes the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force language on state flexibility, I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We've concluded our discussion of this amendment and will now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Again, we're voting now on Amendment 048416. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select
Just let me know when we want to close.
Members, voting has closed on this amendment. The motion was not approved by the members, and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. Final vote were 36 yes, 131 no, and 2 abstentions. Julie, over to you.
Thank you, Dennis. And thank you all so much for your diligence and patience as we continue to move through the process. I'd now like to recognize Clem Balanoff to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 331611. Clem?
Clem, I think you're muted.
We go. Let's see, can you hear me? Good. All right.
Got you loud and clear.
Great. Well, thank you, Dennis and Julie. This amendment would do a few small things. In page 80, line 11, it would add, provided that no United States aid may be used to facilitate annexation or violation of Palestinian rights, or violate Palestinian rights, I'm sorry. It would add on line 17, after and security without occupation, and it would add in on line 21, it would replace settlement expansion with settlements. So while I appreciate and respect the work that's been done in crafting this platform, particularly with regard to the sensitive issue of Israel-Palestine. While we acknowledge there are improvements from the language in previous platforms, we feel that a few further changes are necessary to fully reflect the reality on the ground in Israel-Palestine, the way in which the Democratic Party's values should address that reality. The first is regarding the word occupation. Here I can quote Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in 2003, who said, and I quote, "You cannot like the word, but what is happening is an occupation to hold 3.5 million Palestinians under occupation. I believe that is a terrible thing for Israel and for the Palestinians." I will also quote President Barack Obama in his 2009 speech in Cairo. "Palestinians endure the daily humiliations, large and small, that come with occupation. So let there be no doubt, the situation for the Palestinian people is intolerable." This is what Sharon said in 2003 and Obama in 2009. Why can't the Democratic Party say this in 2020? Bottom line, the fact that Palestinians live under occupation is not a matter of serious dispute. The Israeli military itself cites the laws of occupation as a source of authority for its control over the Palestinian territories. It is important to acknowledge this because people living under occupation are afforded certain rights under international humanitarian law, and those rights must be upheld and protected. The Israeli right wing and their US backers have long sought to erase those rights, and erasing the occupation is one tactic they use. When we shy away from the word occupation, we affirm those efforts and undermine the work of our progressive Israeli and Palestinian colleagues who work seeking to end the occupation and build a shared future of equality and security. According to a 2019 poll by the Center for American Progress, a majority, 56% of American voters say that the United States should not give unconditional financial and military assistance to Israel if the Israeli government continues to violate American policy on settlement expansion or West Bank annexation. Nearly 3/4, or 71% of Democrats, and a majority, or 55% of independents, support conditioning aid. The platform should reflect this. Ending the occupation is an issue of racial justice, as both Ariel Sharon and Barack Obama acknowledged. It is a terrible and intolerable situation for Palestinians living under unaccountable, undemocratic military rule. At a time when hundreds of thousands of Americans have been marching in our streets, and many on this call, for equality and civil rights, it is unconscionable for the Democratic Party not to speak truthfully to the Palestinians' efforts to secure those same rights. And I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Clem. We will now move to discussion on the motion. And members, you may begin voting on the proposal in the platform portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard will be in the platform as well. We'll have 2 additional speakers on the amendment, or sorry, on the motion, and I will call on Dan Shapiro as our first speaker. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dan Shapiro, and I'm supporting Joe Biden for president. Democrats ought to speak with one voice about our support for our ally Israel and about our support for the right of Palestinians to live in a state of their own. We understand that for some in our party, past platforms have fallen short in recognizing and supporting the legitimate concerns and rights of Palestinians. While we understand that those concerns have not been addressed to the full satisfaction of all parties this year, we believe we have taken significant and overdue strides while sustaining the unity of our party. The platform makes clear our opposition to unilateral steps by either side that undermine prospects for peace. For the first time, we state clearly and by name our opposition to Israel's settlement expansion. For the first time, we state clearly and by name our opposition to Israel's annexation of territory in the West Bank. We state clearly that we will continue to stand against incitement and terror. And for the first time, we recognize the right of Palestinians to live in a state of their own. The platform calls for restoring U.S.-Palestinian diplomatic ties and restoring assistance to the Palestinian people, both of which have been decimated by the Trump administration. And it also makes clear that we will always defend American citizens' constitutional right to free speech on these issues, even as we oppose efforts to delegitimize or single out Israel wherever it occurs. The language on the platform outlines a clear affirmative statement of what our party stands for and what policies we will pursue to support Israelis and Palestinians. We should not let disagreements about words or specific policies threaten our party's unity, especially at a time when the current administration has chosen to ignore Palestinians and is so uninterested in pursuing a credible path to a 2-state solution. Our platform draws a sharp distinction from the failed approach of the Trump administration and makes a clear, credible commitment to help bring an end to a conflict that has brought so much pain to so many Palestinians and Israelis. Once again, my name is Dan Shapiro, and I'm very proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president. I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we'll recognize Ambassador Wendy Sherman. Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dan. My name is Wendy Sherman, and I too am supporting Joe Biden for president. Israel has no better friend than Joe Biden. His commitment to Israel's security is and will remain ironclad. Israel is a critical part of the community, a critical region facing critical threats from every direction. Our assistance to Israel is a mutually beneficial investment, one that protects Israel against very real threats and helps promote security and stability in a region where we know all too well the costs of insecurity and instability. But friends also have to be direct with one another. And Joe Biden has been extremely clear that he opposes annexation and will continue to oppose it as president. He has said that it could, quote, choke off any hope for peace, unquote. Our platform reinforces the vice president's position. That will send a powerful message, especially after recent attempts by congressional Republicans and the Trump administration to egg on annexation efforts. Our platform language supports the right of Palestinians to live in a state of their own, and it commits to reversing Trump administration policies that have set back that goal by restoring diplomatic ties as well as critical assistance programs to the Palestinian people. Conditioning American military aid, on the other hand, will do nothing to actually bring the two sides together and advance a 2-state solution. And including this proposed amendment in our platform will divide our party at the very time we need to be uniting in order to defeat Donald Trump. This is not just what the vice president's view is and says, it is the view of the vast majority of Democrats in Congress, and our party platform should reflect that. The United States should be a force behind progress toward the goal of 2 states. It is unconscionable that the Trump administration has spent the past 4 years making that goal much harder to achieve. This issue is sorely in need of exactly the type of disciplined American diplomacy that a Biden administration will provide. and I'm glad that it will do so while prioritizing 2 states for Palestinians and Israelis and reinforcing our commitment to Israel's security. That's the right policy. It's a reflection of where our party stands, and it gives us the right foundation to rebuild from the destruction of the Trump administration and work with Palestinians and Israelis to bring an end to their conflict. Once again, I'm Wendy Sherman, and I'm very proud to be supporting the Democratic Party and, of course, our leader, Joe Biden, for president. I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Wendy. That concludes our discussion. Committee members are encouraged to vote. Please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and selecting a voting option, either yes, no, or abstain. And if you have not voted yet, please be sure to cast your vote again in the platform committee portal by hitting yes, no, or abstain. The vote will be closing shortly. Okay, it looks like we have concluded our voting, and the vote total is 34 yes, 117 no, 5 abstain. So the language will continue as is. Next, I would like to recognize Jane Kim to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 125598. Again, that's Amendment 125598. Jane?
Thank you so much. Voting is fundamental to a democracy, and when we diminish our constitutional right to vote, we diminish our position as a great democracy. Any effort to prevent someone from voting should be viewed with the highest scrutiny and assumed to be contrary to our principles of a democracy. We all know that voter suppression has been a powerful force historically in our country. After the passage of the 15th Amendment, 500,000 African-American men gained the right to vote. And in one state, Mississippi, former slaves made up to close to 50% of the state population. And due to their numbers, were able to elect the first 2 Black senators in the United States and a lieutenant governor. 20 years after the passage of the 15th Amendment, after seeing the results of allowing Black men to vote, white Mississippi leaders moved to impose poll taxes, literacy tests, and other barriers, which effectively reduced the African-American vote to 6%. In 1965, the passage of the 24th Amendment and the Voting Rights Act eliminated many of these barriers and was an enormous victory. Yet in 2020, we continue to fight for full voting rights of all American citizens today. Income, or rather lack of income, should not be a prerequisite to voting in this country. A wealthy man convicted of stealing millions of dollars can vote after he has served his time, but a poor woman who has stole $20 cannot vote if she cannot pay the fines and fees assessed to her after she has served her time. Or two individuals who have served the same crime are literally afforded their right to vote based on whether they can pay. Formerly incarcerated individuals face a staggering unemployment rate of 27%, a percentage not seen for most Americans pre-COVID-19. They are in a permanent state of condition faced by Americans during one of the greatest pandemics of our time, higher than the Great Depression. This rate increases for Black women at 35% and Black men at 43%. And in the first year of reentry, only 20% of returning citizens make more than $15,000 a year. Disproportionately white men. In fact, a 2017 report by the US Commission on Civil Rights found that municipalities that rely heavily on fines and fees cost 121 times more to collect these fees than the IRS in collecting taxes, and have a higher percentage of African Americans and Latinos. 4 out of 5 individuals, an estimated 10 million Americans, have completed their sentence in prison, yet have an average of $13,000 or more in fines and fees, totaling at $50 billion, meaning the very policy Democrats state they support in this platform to enfranchise returning citizens is meaningless, because fines and fees will continue to disenfranchise the majority of these returning citizens. Who are these individuals? Edna Kathleen Lewis, who completed her probation following a sentence for identity theft and theft of property, has outstanding fines and fees. She and her husband, a disabled veteran, lives on Social Security and disability benefits. She has been paying more than $100 a month on her fines and fees for 4 years, but will need to pay for another 35 years before she is able to vote. A total of 30 states deny individuals the right to vote to a varying degree because of unpaid fines and fees, despite the fact that these individuals have paid their debt to society by serving time in prison. We are not just impacting the lives of these individuals, but we are also significantly damaging our democracy by casting the critical voices of those who live in the margins of America, those who do not enjoy the riches and liberties of this nation, by continuing to make them voiceless and unrepresented in our public policy making. Members of the Platform Committee, I respectfully ask for your vote in support of this critical democratic amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. We will now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on the proposal in the Platform Committee portal. And I'd now like to call on Ademola Oyefesa to speak next. Ademola?
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is...
I think you're on mute, Ademola.
No, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, but only very softly.
Oh, is this better? I'll speak up. One moment, sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Great. My name is Ademola Oyefesa, and I am supporting Joe Biden, as is my union, the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. Thanks to the hard work of the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force, the 2020 platform's criminal justice reform commitments are the most progressive commitments our party's platform has ever made on these issues. The platform takes aim at the drivers of mass incarceration and commits to rectifying policies that have disproportionately impacted communities of color. It is unacceptable that these policies have led America to incarcerate more people per capita than any other country in the world. And that's why we explicitly commit to breaking the school-to-prison pipeline, opposing the census of juvenile life without parole, and reforming our criminal justice system's treatment of substance use disorders. These provisions, along with the rest of our criminal justice reform agenda, will help keep people from being excessively punished for minor offenses, dramatically reducing the number of Americans who lose their right to vote as a result of incarceration. And as Democrats, we also believe in redemption. Millions of formerly incarcerated people in this country live in states where they are barred from the voting booth. That's an affront to our democracy and a profound injustice. That is why the platform explicitly commits to the principle that formerly incarcerated should not be blocked from exercising their right to vote, their voting rights. The amendment under consideration would strengthen the existing platform language by explicitly committing that not only should people have their voting rights restored upon release from jail or prison, but they should not additionally have to pay fines or fees to have their constitutional right to vote restored to them. Adopting this amendment allows us to speak in a unified voice as a party to express our shared objective to build a criminal justice system that actually delivers justice for all Americans. Once again, my name is Ademola Oyefesa, and I'm very proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. We'll now move to a vote on Amendment 125598. Folks can vote using the Platform Committee portal and vote by marking yes, no, or abstain. If you have not voted, please do so now. Voting will be ending shortly. Members, voting is now closed. We have 173 yes, 2 no, and so the motion carries and will be, this section will be amended accordingly. I'd now like to move on with our next amendment. The chair will now recognize Steve Kerrigan to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 224108. Again, that's 224108.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Steve Kerrigan. I am a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president and the proud CEO of the Kennedy Community Health Center in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Our 2020 platform outlines an ambitious progressive pathway toward universal health care in America. Its provisions from a public option to lowering the Medicare age to improving access through private insurance will help Americans all across the country get what they need. But these provisions simply are not enough. Our platform recognizes and this amendment emphasizes that community health centers have been and will remain an integral part of our efforts to protect the health and well-being of every American. Community health centers provide crucial medical care to nearly 30 million Americans each year. Our providers are stationed in rural and urban medically underserved communities, and the vast majority of our patients live near or below the federal poverty level. We serve 1 in 3 people in poverty. 1 in 5 people who are on Medicaid are our patients. 2/3 of our patients are from racial or ethnic minorities. We serve individuals with housing instability, agricultural workers, veterans, residents of public housing, and many, many more. And we at community health centers save the healthcare system overall more than $24 billion each year. By treating all patients, regardless of their ability to pay, community health centers live up to the same ideals of our platform, showing every day that healthcare is a right for all, not a privilege for a few. I'm proud that Democrats have supported health centers throughout the years, but we must do more to make sure that they receive adequate, more predictable funding. The language in our platform, complemented by the language of this amendment, will unite our party around this commitment and further propel us toward a healthcare system where everyone is able to get the care they deserve. Together, the commitments in this platform amount to the boldest healthcare platform ever. And before I close, I want to thank the chairs for including in their amendment a proposal I suggested to state clearly our commitment as a party to ending the limitations on blood donations by gay and bisexual Americans. As a healthcare leader and a out and proud gay man, I am grateful beyond measure. So thank you. And once again, my name is Steve Kerrigan. I am a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now begin discussion. Members, you may also begin voting. The proposal is in the portal, and so you can both view the amendment and voting dashboard in the platform portal. Next, we'll move to our next speaker, Sarah Inamorato. Hopefully I pronounced your last name correctly, to begin our discussion. Apologies, Sarah.
No worries, it's a bit of a doozy. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Inamorato, and I'm a Democratic state representative here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. First, I want to mention we owe a great deal of gratitude to Senator Sanders for pushing the $11 billion in funding for community health centers during the passage of the ACA. And today I'm asking for your support on this amendment. CHCs are vital because they provide high quality primary care for all patients, regardless of ability to pay, insurance status, age, sex, religion, or race. In Pennsylvania, we have more than 300 federally funded community health centers to fill the gaps in our current racist, classist, discriminatory, profit-driven healthcare system by providing primary care to our rural communities, to immigrants without documentation, to our unhoused neighbors, to our veterans who don't qualify for the VA benefits, to our low-income seniors, and to many working-class families, especially those in the gig and service sectors of our economy. People like my family. I'm from a working-class family here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I've had family members who've used our local community health centers for care. 10 years ago, my younger sister, who was a server at the local diner at the time, started using one after we lost our insurance when our father passed away suddenly, and she was denied health insurance by the state. I texted her today and told her I would be speaking about community health centers, and she said, and I quote, "Awesome." She couldn't say enough good things about the care she received there. She said what a change it was to not worry about medical bills on a server's wages, which, just as a reminder, is 2-3 in Pennsylvania, and still be able to get non-judgmental, compassionate primary care, especially in a time when our family was grieving. And now in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, CHCs have been a lifeline for even more families and the unemployed and underemployed workers. In my state, they have provided thousands of COVID tests, often setting up mobile sites in care deserts to test vulnerable residents who have limited access to transportation. Since in America, we disastrously tie our health insurance to employment, we've seen an estimated 5.4 million Americans lose their health insurance since the crisis hit. So we can anticipate that the demand for care administered by these facilities and the financial needs to continue compassionate and non-discriminatory care will grow exponentially. We have a lot of work to ensure that all our neighbors have the health care they need to live a life of dignity and wholeness. That's why today I'm hopeful about supporting this amendment and taking the steps towards policies that are reflective of our movement's belief that healthcare is a human right. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Sarah. Looks like that concludes our discussion. So we will now move to a vote. Folks can begin voting in the platform committee portal by voting yes, no, or abstain. Okay, we'll close the vote now. We have 172 yes. And it looks like that's the total. Next, we will go to our next speaker, who is, I'm just not sure if we still have Secretary Alex Padilla with us.
I'm
Great.
here.
Wonderful. We'll move to Secretary Alex Padilla as our next speaker who will be speaking on Amendment 280145. Alex?
Thank you, Julie. And hello, Democrats. My name is Alex Padilla, and I'm proud to support Vice President Biden for president. Hi, I'm Alex Padilla, and I'm proud to support Vice President Joe Biden for president, and I respectfully submit the following amendment for your consideration. We recognize that the United States Postal Service is more than ever a critical component of our democracy and must be supported to guarantee timely and efficient delivery and return of vote-by-mail ballots. Also, elections officials must be provided with sufficient time after Election Day to process, count, and audit all ballots. We must give voters the confidence that their ballot was counted as cast by supporting mandatory, statistically meaningful post-election audits and full transparency of all election results and data. To ensure every eligible ballot is counted, voters must be informed of an opportunity to fix any problem with their ballot. A professional and well-trained election force is critical to the administration of elections. We support ongoing federal and state funding for local elections offices. Free and fair elections are truly the bedrock of our democracy. And the way we make our voices heard in the political process is through our votes. So that's why I'm proud that our platform forcefully calls for restoring the Voting Rights Act, making Washington, D.C. the 51st state, reforming the campaign finance system, and bringing greater transparency to government. But as we strengthen these elements of our democracy, we need to be particularly mindful of an institution that's been serving our nation for more than 200 years, and that's the United States Postal Service. The Postal Service will play an even more crucial role as we prepare for a general election to be conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many Americans will be voting by mail for the first time this fall. And this amendment makes clear that Democrats are committed to ensuring are counted in a secure and timely fashion. Doing so requires adequately supporting the Postal Service, as well as supporting state and local elections officials as they implement the necessary procedures to better secure our elections and strengthen confidence in our elections. This amendment, along with other voting rights and ballot access elements of our platform, stand in stark contrast with President Trump, who continues to spew lies and conspiracy theories about vote by mail. Democrats believe in making it easier, not harder, to register and vote. And this amendment embodies that belief. Again, my name is Alex Padilla, proud to support Vice President Biden for president, and I urge your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. We will now move to discussion on the motion, and members, you may begin voting in the portal. And I will, I'd like to call back Clem Bellenhoff to speak to this issue. Clem.
Hi, and thanks, Secretary Padilla. My name is Clem Bellenhoff, and I'm going to speak to a critical part of this amendment, the United States Postal Service. The Postal Service is in danger of going broke. We need a viable Postal Service to ensure that every ballot is delivered and returned in a timely fashion. A recent Pew Research survey found that 91% of people had a favorable view of the Postal Service. The fact is, the United States Postal Service is going broke, and the Trump administration seems to believe that's okay. While they were quick to be sure that private delivery services and other large corporations got $500 billion in bailout funds in the CARES Act, there was no help for the Postal Service other than a loan, which must be repaid. Trump and his Republican allies want the Postal Service privatized. The services of the Post Office are guaranteed by the Constitution and by federal law. The United States Postal Service has the second largest number of public employees in the federal government, yet they don't get a dime. They only trail the military. The United States Postal Service connects over 160 million homes and businesses in every corner of the United States. All funds for operations of postal services come from delivery and product sales. The UPS is an essential service, with many Postal Service employees testing positive and dying, yet the service continues. If the Postal Service goes bankrupt, rural service will be a thing of the past. This fall, millions are expected to vote by mail. There needs to be time to get applications in, ballots out, and back. Any slowdown in the mail will disenfranchise many voters. Every vote must be counted. The United States Postal Service helps deliver democracy. Democrats believe it is time to deliver for the United States Postal Service. Funding needs to be included in the next stimulus package, whatever it's called. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you very much. And I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Clem. Thank you, Clem. This concludes our discussion. We'll now proceed to voting on Amendment 280145. Again, folks can vote in the portal. So we've now concluded voting. We have 167 yes votes. So moving forward, we The chair would now like to recognize Travis Mooney to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 59955. Travis?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. My name is Travis Mooney, and I'm a son of the state of California, but have lived outside the USA for the last 20 years. I worked on the Bernie campaign from abroad in 2016 and 2020, and now, like Senator Sanders, I support Vice President Biden for President of the United States. I offer this amendment on behalf of the 9 million US citizens who live outside the USA. Most of us are not wealthy, but are adversely affected by programs designed to catch wealthy tax evaders such as FATCA and FBAR. For working families living outside the USA, these programs only introduce complex and costly paperwork and serve to deny them access to basic services like banking in their country of residence. The vast majority of US citizens who live outside the USA do not have earnings in excess of the foreign earned income exemption. And as such, they do not owe any taxes to the US government. They also already pay taxes in their country of residence. Yet they are still required to file a tax return, which often costs thousands of dollars in professional fees. This amendment simply removes the burden of filing tax returns for citizens who already have no taxes to pay. It also removes unnecessary barriers by exempting bona fide foreign residents from filing with FATCA and FBAR in their country of residence, and makes unearned income, such as pension payments, part of the foreign earned income exclusion, ending the threat of double taxation for the most vulnerable. It does not open an avenue for the wealthy to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Our draft platform speaks of reforming the tax code to benefit working families. Let us embrace the democratic principle of fairness and reform taxation for millions of American working families who live abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. We will now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you can begin voting in the portal. And I would now like to call on Governor Alejandro Garcia Padilla. Governor.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you so very much. I'm so glad to see so many of you again. I have to say, I support Joe Biden. As you know, I live in Puerto Rico. I'm a Puerto Rican. I'm proud of it. And I have to say, Vice President Biden is committed to a tax system that makes sure corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share. That includes efforts to crack down on tax evasion and improve financial transparency measures. And that's also why the 2020 platform highlights anti-corruption effort as a foreign policy priority. Technical fixes and accommodation will be a key part of that discussion. But the party platform isn't the place to discuss these specific provisions. And that's why I urge you to vote no on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our discussion. We will now move to a vote. Please use your platform committee portal to vote, and you can cast your vote yes, no, or abstain. So our vote totals are in. We have 19 yes, 135 no, and 9 abstained. So the motion was not approved by the members, and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. Next, I would like to go to Dennis Abdutsky to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 58848. Dennis?
Members of the Platform Committee, good afternoon from Pueblo, Colorado. In 2016, I offered and this body accepted an amendment to create a pathway for legalizing marijuana. Now, 4 years later, I'm again offering an amendment that reflects the views of the American public. The draft platform as it stands takes a step backwards from where we were in 2016, and we represent a party of progress, not one driving in reverse. There were 633,000 marijuana arrests nationally in 2018, 40% of all drug arrests, and 92% of those were for a possession. We cannot ignore the fact that the current marijuana criminalization policy has, in too many cases, been used to target people of color. They are unfairly and disproportionately 6 times more likely to be arrested than other citizens. In 2016, a handful of states had fully legalized marijuana. 4 years later, most states have moved along that path. California, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Nevada, and Vermont have all added to the list, and now a quarter of the U.S. population has full legal access to medical and recreational marijuana. My home state of Colorado planted the seeds in 2012 and began a structured and regulated approach to recreational sales a year later. Tax revenue accounts for roughly 3% of Colorado's $30 billion budget, contributing to funding education, healthcare, mental health care services, and youth drug prevention programs. Nationally, the industry supports 250,000 full-time legal American jobs. Colorado is the home of Mount Democrat, and for the first time in my 65 years of life and the life of our next president, Joseph R. Biden, we hold both state houses in every state level elected office. Think about that. Let's make sure we keep climbing this path. I ask you to support this amendment.
Thank you, Dennis. Next, we have up Stacy Walker. We'll begin discussion now, and we have first up Stacy Walker. Stacy.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and my thanks to you, Dennis, as well for those comments. My name is Stacy Walker, and I serve as a Lynn County Supervisor in the great state of Iowa. I want to start by thanking all of my friends on this call who are doing the hard work of putting together a platform that will lead this country into the next era of progress under our next president, Joseph Biden. I am an elected official, I am an organizer, but I am also a Black man. And in this country, Black men are disproportionately impacted by the failed war on drugs. We are arrested at higher rates than our white peers. In some cases here in Iowa, we're 3 to 10 times more likely to be arrested. 1 in 3 African-American males in this country will be incarcerated in some form during their lifetime. And one of the leading causes of death for young African-American men is interactions with law enforcement. I don't want to trade my life for that of any one of my other brothers and sisters by being over-policed and brutalized over the same trace amounts of marijuana that white kids in this country are using without fear of repercussion or consequence. With that said, this is as much a racial justice issue as it is an economic issue. One study found that legalizing marijuana would net all levels of government $17.4 billion, and that was in 2010. A more recent report found that the legalization of marijuana would add $131.8 billion to federal coffers between 2017 and 2025 through sales tax, business tax revenue, and payroll tax deductions. Our government could go from collecting no revenues to billions every year, creating millions of jobs along the way. This is an issue whose time has come. 2/3 of voters back legalization, and this issue enjoys support across all age groups, across all regions in the United States, even right here in America's heartland, home to several important battleground states. We can increase our electoral margins by supporting this amendment, and energize our base in the process. I know many people have come to this meeting with their mind made up about this issue, but I'm asking and I'm imploring all of you to approach this with an open mind and heart. Do something big here. Take one small but meaningful step toward changing the course of history. If my Black life matters to you, you will consider this amendment. If we want to get in good trouble today, then I urge you to do the right thing and support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. I'd now like to recognize Bakari Sellers. Okay, why don't we go ahead and move forward with Cleo Fields, our next speaker, and while we get connected to Bakari. Cleo?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Cleo Fields, and I'm a big supporter of Joe Biden for president. Criminal justice reform, especially with respect to substance use, is long overdue in America. And that is exactly why the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force has endorsed a progressive overhaul of the way this country approached these challenges. The language under consideration today is a product of the task force hard work. The 2020 platform states unequivocally that no one should be put in prison solely because they use drugs. It calls for harm reduction and treatment diversion efforts for those who struggle with substance use disorders. It also calls for sentencing reform and expungement efforts that will help rectify a system that has for far too long disproportionately impacted people of color. For marijuana specifically, the platform supports legalizing marijuana for medical use, allowing states to make their own decisions about recreational use, and taking action at the federal level on decriminalization and rescheduling. Approaching marijuana and substance use in this manner reflects our party's broader plan to overhaul the criminal justice system by ending mass incarceration, ensuring accountability for law enforcement, and addressing challenges of mental health and poverty and real solutions in our country. Substance abuse issues are directly tied to all of these other challenges. And as Democrats, we are committed to implementing policies that focuses on rehabilitation, treatment, and redemption. Substance use issues are also directly tied to American health issues and well-being. And that is why our platform commitment to guaranteeing mental health and substance use disorder parity in our healthcare system is a top priority. Every American should have access to high quality, timely treatment and support, regardless of how they get their health insurance. The language of our platform lays out an ambitious agenda for all of these reforms. We should respect the efforts of our Unity Task Force that produced it by retaining its current form. Once again, my name is Cleo Fields, and I strongly support Vice President Biden for president, and I urge you to please oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Cleo. We've been joined by Bakari Sellers, so I will turn it over to Bakari now.
Thank you, Julie, and thank everyone. And sorry I wasn't in my seat, but when you have 18-month-old twins, you work from home as allowed. I am a prominent supporter, huge supporter of Vice President Joe Biden. I am going to work like hell to make sure that he is the next president of the United States. I come before you as a member of this platform committee, though, having spoken to a few members. I hear you, sweetheart. I don't think she's ready for this amendment, though. I come before you today, actually, as a member of this platform committee, urging us to support the legalization of marijuana. I understand that sometimes these efforts, we have to stand and headwinds, and sometimes we may feel as if we don't go far enough. But I think Democrats should support efforts like the Marijuana Justice Act that remove marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act, and we regulate marijuana in a manner similar to alcohol and impose a federal excise tax on marijuana, where the proceeds of such taxation are reinvested in the communities most impacted by the failed war on drugs. I think that we actually have to do something about the problem to unravel mass incarceration. I think that it's strictly unfair that when I represent a young Black kid for trafficking marijuana in South Carolina, or his criminal offenses are stacked one after another, and they're white boys in Colorado and California making $1 billion off of it, I just see the inherent unfairness of that. And I also think we have to invest those dollars into the communities that were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. And so I'm asking you guys to take a leap of faith. I'm asking us to be on the right side of history. I'm not going to speak long, because one of the things that I want to understand, and I do understand, is that we are playing on the same team here. And I want to do everything we can to make sure that Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. I actually have an amendment very similar to what I just articulated that I will pull down, because I only want us to debate this issue one time. I don't think it's necessary for us to debate it twice. So whatever the vote happens this go round, I will accept. But I stand in favor of legalizing marijuana. I stand in favor of doing what's right by deraveling mass incarceration and investing those dollars in Black and brown communities that were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. So I know that everybody's come here and said, my name is Bakari Sellers, and I'm a huge supporter of Joe Biden, but find myself on this amendment supporting the legalization of marijuana.
Thank you to our speakers. This now concludes discussion, and we'll move to a vote on Amendment 58848. So if folks want to go to their platform committee portal and register their vote. And we've concluded the vote now. Our vote totals are 50 yes, 106 no, and 3 abstained. So the motion was not approved by the members, and the language as proposed will remain unchanged. I'd now like to recognize Ryan Deesh for 2 minutes of remarks. Ryan?
Hello, my name is Ryan Deitch, and I would like to briefly talk about the gun violence epidemic that we have in this country. And I don't want to talk about it from a policy standpoint, as we all know what has been added to the document today. I want to talk about it from a human perspective. I want to talk about it from the way that it affects people every day in this nation, that I want to make it clear to this group today that the issue of gun violence doesn't end the moment that a shot is fired. It doesn't end the moment that somebody makes it out of the hospital, or the moment that a family has to put a loved one to rest. it doesn't end, period. It hasn't ended in this country. Gun violence has been an issue since the beginning. And we continue to ignore the countless Americans who constantly are under threat of this issue. We constantly allow for others to get into this debate and to make it about things like the Second Amendment when we know this is about humanity. We know we have to be saving lives, and we know we have to be defending those who are in harm's way. Gun violence is something that has very much affected my life here in a suburb of South Florida, somewhere that I was told it was safe. And I know now that it is not. And I know how many places in this country don't feel safe because they aren't safe, because every single day they are facing the threat that is gun violence. They are facing it not only from their neighbors, they are facing it from the state with the police who are coming in to these cities and harming Black and brown people everywhere. And I just cannot speak enough on the fact that we have lost our humanity on this issue. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Ryan, for your words. We'll now move to Malcolm Graham for brief remarks. Malcolm.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Malcolm Graham. I am a former member of the North Carolina State Senate for 10 years, and I currently serve on the Charlotte, North Carolina City Council. And I serve as chairman of the Cynthia Graham Hurd Foundation. Cynthia is my sister who was tragically killed by gun violence in the Emmanuel AME church shooting in Charleston, South Carolina. I am a big supporter of the Vice President, and I stand ready to work as hard as I can to get him elected. Vice President Biden's plans and the policies laid out in this year's Democratic platform will set our country on the path to ending the gun violence epidemic that claims more than 35,000 lives in America each year. I believe this is the strongest platform in our party's history when it comes to guns. It's focused on raising standards for gun ownership, keeping weapons of war off American streets, and making sure that gun manufacturers are held accountable. By enacting universal background checks, closing dangerous loopholes like occurred in Charleston, and supporting red flag laws, Democrats will keep guns out of the hands of those who would do harm. By banning the manufacture and sale of assault weapons and highly capacity magazines, Democrats will prevent the type of mass shootings that have plagued our communities for very long, and certainly in Charleston, as I said earlier. These are just some of our party's policies aimed at keeping the American people safe from gun violence. And I'm proud that our platform also recognized the mental health and public health aspect of this challenge. Enacting this agenda will save lives where President Trump has failed and where the Republican Party has put the interests of the gun lobby over the interests of the American people. I am proud to speak on behalf of this strong language in the platform, and I believe that we can tackle the gun violence in our country through the leadership of President Biden. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Next, we'll hear from Emilio Vicente. Emilio.
Hi, my name is Emilio Vicente. I'm undocumented, queer, and unafraid. I'm here today because I care about immigration. I'm an undocumented person, and when we're talking about immigration, I think it's very important for us to move beyond just talking about the dreamers, talking about people who we usually think about when talking about immigration, and that we talk about our families, that this is an issue that affects all of us, that there are 11 million undocumented people, and that even though some of the amendments that I proposed were included in the platform, that we still must do a lot to talk about every single person who's affected by immigration. And that includes all of our family members who aren't seen as the perfect immigrant, who don't fit the good and bad immigrant narrative. And that if if the candidates are serious, that they must tackle this head on and talk about, look at us as human beings and not as numbers or data on who does or doesn't qualify for immigration relief. And as we're talking about immigration, it's important that we talk about sanctuary and who is being left out of these discussions of relief. Again, as we're talking about who is deserving of rights in potentially Biden administration. And that when we're talking about immigration, it's a Black issue as well, that Black immigrants are especially heavily affected by the criminal justice system and the immigration system. And so we must address that need as well. And I want to take the opportunity to say I stand in solidarity with Patrice Cullors, and I'm also disappointed to hear that her amendments were included because we know that those would affect immigrants in general. And that as we're talking about immigration, that we also have to talk about the root causes of immigration. And ICE, for example, has only been around for 16, 17 years. And we know that there are better ways to look at immigrants, that ICE terrorizes our communities many times, and that we can and we must do better. And that starts by us reflecting inward of what has happened in the past and making sure that we don't make those mistakes and that we look at immigrants as human beings first. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Emilio. Next, we'll go to Janae Magana. Janae.
Hi, good afternoon, all. My name is Janae Magana, and I'm a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president. As a daughter of immigrants, today I'm very appreciative to speak on the issue of immigration. As Julie mentioned earlier, the idea that out of many we are one is a bedrock of American idea that has animated our country from its earliest days, inspiring people from every corner of the earth to participate in our democratic experiment. The Trump administration has repudiated the idea that and abandoned our values as a diverse, compassionate, and welcoming country. In this section, we highlight not only how we intend to right the wrong of the Trump administration's callous, cruel immigration policy, but also how we will build a 21st century immigration system that provides a roadmap to citizenship, prioritizes family reunification, helps grow and enhance our economy, safeguards our security, and restores our cherished values. Democrats are committed to establishing an immigration platform that expands economic opportunities for all Americans, enhances our global competitiveness, and embodies our most cherished American values. We know that our greatest strength is our diversity and compassion. Democrats will work to reverse the damage caused by the Trump administration and will build an immigration system that embodies our values, expands economic opportunities for all Americans, and enhances our global competitiveness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Reverend Wendell Anthony. Reverend.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very pleased to support Vice President Joe Biden. I'm pastor of Fellowship Chapel in the city of Detroit, and also president of the Detroit branch in the NAACP, the largest branch in the nation. Obviously, the NAACP does not endorse what Wendell Anthony and all of his affiliates does. I do want to say that in terms of civil rights, the platform that is before us has within its body the mainstream, the whole focus is on the rights of all of us. It's been said that you can't be what you can't see. You cannot see in the current president the empathy and the reliability and the hope that we see in Joe Biden. This section on civil rights speaks to the empathy and the sympathy. We're moving from the tragedy of lost opportunities to the reality of hope and embedded opportunities. The fact that racial harmony is dealt with, the fact that Black Lives Matter, women's issues, workers' issues, LGBTQ issues, Native American issues are all addressed, police reform issues. The common thread to all of this is his sympathy and empathy and concern and reliability for those things that relate to people. It is a stark difference between us and them. You will not find concerns about Black Lives Matter in their platform. You will not find concerns about Native Americans and the criminal justice system as outlined in this platform and theirs. We may have differences, but we have much more in common than we do in differentiation. And so I'm pleased to be a part of this process. I know that it is a winning process. We got to win this. We cannot go back, we got to go forward. In the words of Dr. King, we are not what we ought to be until our people are what they should be. And this enables us to be. On the day in which John Lewis is being laid to rest, certainly we are lifting up for the best through this Democratic Party platform. Let us support it and let's go to win it. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Anastasia Somoza.
Hi, sorry, I was just unmuting. I'm Anastasia Somoza, and I'm a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president. Yesterday, the Americans with Disabilities Act turned 30. 1 in 4 Americans has a disability, and we are part of every community, whether we're talking about healthcare, education, housing, climate change, technology, criminal justice reform, or voting. Every issue is a disability issue and requires disability representation. And I'm proud that this platform represents that. Democrats will vigorously enforce the ADA and other statutes that protect people with disabilities and will provide and expand economic security for people with disabilities by phasing out the sub-minimum wage, increasing SSI benefits, eliminating the SSDI benefit cliff, and promoting competitive integrated employment opportunities. And as a person with a disability who takes advantage of home and community-based services, I'm really proud that Joe Biden is supporting the investment in caretakers and families so that people like me can live at home and thrive in our communities productively and in a healthy way. Because what we've seen through the COVID-19 pandemic is that congregate settings are not safe for people with disabilities, which is something that I knew before COVID-19. And I'm glad that the campaign and Joe Biden recognizes that the best place for someone like me is living a happy, productive life in my community, and home and community-based services allows me to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Deborah Parker. Deborah.
Hello. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Platform Committee. My name is Deborah Parker. My ancestral name is Sitsayaltsa. I'm here on the traditional lands of the Stohobsh peoples. I'm a citizen of the Tulalip tribes. Uti Gwitsichel, thanking you for this opportunity to present the following amendment under the Honoring Indigenous Nations, the Honoring Indigenous Tribal Nations section of this platform. I actually worked on it in 2016, so I'm a very proud Democrat to have been a part of this process. Before I introduce the amendment, I would like to acknowledge Congresswoman Deb Haaland and her work on this section, along with the many beautiful Indigenous voices who have contributed over the years to the Democratic platform. I'd also like to thank the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition for the supportive language of this amendment. Because the truth about the U.S. Indian boarding school policy has largely been written out of the history books, and we still don't know how many students attended Many have estimated that there were nearly 500 government-funded Indian boarding and day schools across the US in the 19th and 20th centuries. In boarding schools, Indian children were forcibly abducted by government agents, sent to schools hundreds of miles away, and beaten, starved, and otherwise were abused when they spoke their native languages. Truth, healing, justice, reconciliation. These words carry different meaning for Americans today, depending on what side of history you hail from. If you're Native American, you know that justice in Indian country cannot be fully realized without a major shift in our national narrative, namely, that the US has never accepted responsibility for its boarding school experiment, the forced removal of our children, the prohibition of our language and culture, and the violation of our human, civil, and indigenous rights. Therefore, I'd like to propose the following amendment to add on page 41, line 2, the following language. The legacy of Native American boarding schools have caused generational trauma. We acknowledge this injustice and support continued education and restorative justice. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment. Utik Wichel, thanking you for this time.
Thank you, Deborah. And it sounds like this amendment was included in what was adopted earlier, if that is accurate. I'm trying to get a confirmation from staff before proceeding. Okay, yes, this was included in the original manager's amendment. And so thank you so much, Deborah, for your words.
Thank you.
And next, I would like to turn it over to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Is the Congresswoman with us? Okay, I think we'll go ahead and proceed to the next speaker, Raina Thiel, while we get the Congresswoman connected via video. Raina?
Hi, thank you so much, Julie, and thank you for giving me a little bit of time to talk about a very important issue, which is very timely in terms of actions that have been taken by the federal government around the permitting of the Pebble mine at the headwaters of Bristol Bay, Alaska. My name is Raina Thiel, and I'm a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president. I'm also an enrolled tribal member of Pedro Bay Native Village on Lake Iliamna in Alaska, and I am speaking to you all from Alaska today. The Pebble mine is a proposed mostly copper mine in the headwaters of Bristol Bay, Alaska. Bristol Bay, Alaska, which some folks probably know, is the home of one of the world's most incredible sustainable wild salmon, sockeye salmon fisheries. And it has sustained the indigenous peoples of the region for thousands of years. It also supports billions of dollars into the US economy from the sustainable commercial fishing industry, which occurs in the region. There's been about a 15-year battle thus far to oppose the Pebble mine from being installed at the headwaters of the incredible fishery of Bristol Bay. The mine itself has been revealed through very sound science to potentially endanger the entire fishery and the entire way of life of indigenous peoples within the Bristol Bay region, which is the region that I'm from. I was just back in rural Alaska very recently, fishing and taking advantage of the cultural resource which we have within Bristol Bay, Alaska. And I can tell you that, in terms of the meaning of the Bristol Bay fishery to indigenous peoples, it is really a cornerstone. It's foundational to our cultures out there in the Bristol Bay region. And for 15 years, folks have been spending millions of dollars, not just indigenous peoples, but Native corporations, sports fishing interests, commercial fishing interests have been opposing this mine, and most of Alaska opposes this mine. However, the Trump administration has taken a very different approach to this and has been pushing it forward in a very dramatic and expedited fashion. And so the NEPA process, which right now is very broken, in which has not done justice to the Indigenous peoples in the region and has not done justice to the folks who've been speaking out against this mine for many, many years, just upheld the final EIS to permit the project. And that came out on Friday, and they're proceeding with the record of decision to most likely permit the mine this coming month. And so we're in a very imperative time right now in terms of being able to stop this mine from going through and stop the bullying of this mining company, which has really been pushing to override the concerns that have been expressed by not only Indigenous peoples and tribes in the region, but from a host of other folks who live and who work in the region. And I think folks probably see this across the board with environmental issues under this administration, but this particular issue is, it's threatening one of the most incredible natural resources this world has, in a region which is just wholly unique in terms of what it offers and the people who call it home and who have lived there for thousands of years. And so I wanted to note that I had an amendment which was not included in the ultimate document, but I would really hope that folks would be attentive to this issue and others like it, which are also being pushed through by this administration, and which makes it more imperative than ever that we ensure that Joe Biden is our next president. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Julie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raina. The chair will now recognize Randy Weingarten to make a motion to offer amended language for amendment 073428. Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to add to the section saying providing a world-class education in every zip code the following language: we reject Republican proposals that in the name of amplification would make students pay billions of dollars more on their student loans. I am a proud supporter of the Vice President, Joe Biden, and we want to see on January 20th, a Biden administration that actually once and for all takes on the issues of student debt. Collectively, student debt is over $1.5 trillion. This debt surpasses all types of household debt other than mortgages. And unlike holders of other types of consumer debt who have experienced lower levels of delinquency and default since the first Great Recession, student loan borrowers remain in distress, and COVID has just added to this. Nearly 1 in 4 federal borrowers are in default or struggling to stay current on their loans. When they fall behind on their payments, the consequences are dire. Negative credit reports, wage garnishments, and diminished options to cure defaulted loans. Look, I hear about this from my members all the time. New educators who can't stay in the profession because they can't afford to pay their loans, they can't afford to put food on the table on a teacher's salary, experienced professionals who can't retire because they're paying off debt. And now what we're seeing is, even though there is a broad consensus to simplify and streamline the student loan repayment options available to borrowers, and there is a consensus about the need to provide borrowers who are struggling due to COVID pandemic immediate relief, and these goals are not mutually exclusive, the Alexander Plan meets none of them. In fact, what the Alexander Plan does is it actually makes students pay more loans. It's more expensive for borrowers. And that is why we offer the amendment today, because he just made this amendment in the McConnell CARES Act right now a few hours ago. In contrast, the Vice President has proposed immediate cancellation of $10,000 for all borrowers during the pandemic, He provides meaningful student loan relief, and he would forgive up to $10,000 per year for 5 years for those working in public service loan forgiveness, as well as other programs. He'll streamline repayment options. He'll simplify the student loan system. He'll offer a reformed income-driven repayment plan. He'll make sure that those earning less than $25,000 pay zero, and those who earn more than $25 pay 5% of their incomes. This is a real plan, what the Vice President is proposing, not what Senator Alexander is proposing. And that's why we offer this amendment in furtherance of our platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Randy. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on amendment 073428 in the portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard are in the platform portal. And with that, I will call on Heather Goutney to begin discussion. Heather.
Great, thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Randy. My name is Heather Goutney, and I am a sociology professor at Fordham University. I served as a senior policy advisor on the Bernie Sanders campaign and was co-chair of the Unity Task Force on Education, where I served alongside Randy. I support this amendment wholeheartedly, especially as Congress debates the next round of COVID relief. And as Randy pointed out, once again, Republicans show themselves to be tone deaf to the magnitude of this crisis. As a professor, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of student loan debt on students' lives and choices. Young people with a passion for arts and humanities end up majoring in business and finance because they're afraid that after they graduate, they won't make enough money to pay back their loans. Law students who want to serve as public defenders instead work for private firms in order to cover their oftentimes gigantic student debt. Some students drop out of school or don't go at all because they are not sure higher education is worth the cost. Far too many work 2 and 3 jobs to pay their tuition and avoid accumulating debt while undertaking a full course load. Needless to say, their work and their health and well-being suffer as a result. In New York and across the country, adjunct professors are being forced to choose between paying their student loans or paying for their health insurance, many of them living in substandard housing and skipping meals. These are sociologists like myself with PhDs and years of teaching experience. Workers in so many other industries are struggling in exactly the same way. And this was the dismal situation before COVID came along. If ever there was a time when student loan borrowers needed relief, it is now. People are losing their jobs, their incomes, and their health benefits, and some are falling deathly ill. Instead of providing relief, however, Republicans want to tighten the belt and strain the economy even further. They seem to have no problem offering trillions in tax cuts for the wealthy, but can't manage to help everyday students and graduates in their time of need. That is not leadership, it is punishment. And for what? For the crime of getting an education. This platform reflects Democrats' compassion and commitment to the well-being of our students, our education system, and our economy. It rewards, not penalizes those who go into public service, and it allays the fears and anxieties of many of the tens of millions of student loan borrowers who are right now trying to figure out how they're going to survive. I hope that all of you will support this important amendment and support efforts to make student debt a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. We've concluded our discussion of amendment 073428. We'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain. Platform members, if you haven't voted, please cast your vote now. Voting on amendment 073428. Members, voting is closed on amendment 73428. The motion has been adopted and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. Final vote was 170 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. Chair will now recognize Analia Mejia to make a motion to offer amended language for amendment 330194.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name's Ana Lilia Mejia. I'm glad to be able to speak to you all again today. I'm also happy to be able to speak today in support of the amendment related to protect our workers from exploitation and retaliation, or otherwise known as the POWER Act, which was introduced by Senator Chu and my own Senator Robert Menendez in New Jersey, and provides critical labor protections for some of our country's most vulnerable workers, immigrants, by containing vital safeguards against retaliation by employers. The amendment reads, we will prevent employers from taking advantage of immigrant workers by establishing an affirmative process to request deferred action for workers who report labor violations, and by supporting the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights and the Protect Our Workers from Exploitation and Retaliation, or POWER Act. As the daughter of immigrants, and as someone who comes from a mixed status family, as well as someone who proudly started my career organizing grocery store and service workers, I deeply understand the need to provide greater protections to vulnerable immigrant workers. I'm heartened to see our party platform include a commitment to protect immigrant workers, and in fact, all workers from retaliation and exploitation. Today, we have spoken with pride of a platform that attempts to address the concerns of the many and differentiates us from the baseness that currently dominates the White House. Tomorrow, I hope we stand united behind these ideas and recognize that they should serve as a baseline of what we're willing to do, as Senator Sanders says, on behalf of someone we don't know. This is a long document, one that contains many ideas, several perspectives, and attempts to represent the demands of communities, leaders, and voters from across our nation. It will mean nothing, however, if we aren't prepared to fight for what is right and what we are, and make sure that we are bold enough to be honest and challenge ourselves, as my sister Patrice said earlier, to do and be better. I'm glad to see us unite in support of all workers, documented and undocumented alike. I'm glad that we're being proactive about the unique needs of vulnerable communities, and I urge us to continue to do so with this amendment and with our actions once Joe Biden is elected the 46th President of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Lilia. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on amendment 330194 in the portal. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal. I'll now call on Raquel Terán to begin discussion. Raquel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ana Lilia, for that amazing explanation. And I agree, I'm excited to see this in our platform My name is Raquel Teran, and I'm an Arizona State Representative. I represent Legislative District 30, which is in Central West Phoenix and Glendale. And many of my constituents are working class people. They work hard every single day to make sure that they make ends meet. But we also hear that they are exploited in their job constantly. So seeing this amendment move forward is really, it brings me a lot of hope, and I'm sure will bring a lot of hope to people in Legislative District 30. I am supporting Joe Biden, let's be clear. And as the Trump administration continues its unprecedented hostility towards immigrant communities, vulnerable immigrant workers who are experiencing unsafe working conditions or fear of retaliation by their abusive employers, they have not been adequately protected by the law. And that was a promise of President Trump. We have to ensure workers have a path to report unlawful or unfair labor practice, that they don't fall through the cracks of a broken immigration system just because they stand up for their rights. The POWER Act will strengthen protection for all workers and help ensure that unscrupulous employers are brought to justice for labor violations. This platform language also represents an important step forward in making sure that workers can fully realize their right on the job and do not have to live in fear while trying to make a living. Domestic workers are also one of the fastest growing workforces in our country, providing essential care and support to aging parents, people with disabilities, children, and homes. However, our nation's domestic workers have not been afforded the same right and benefits as nearly every other worker, and it's time we change that. I'm proud to be here supporting this amendment, and I encourage everybody who is here to also vote yes to include this in our platform. Once again, my name is Raquel Teran. I represent Legislative District 30 in Arizona, and I'm very proud to be here supporting Vice President Biden for president. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raquel. We've concluded our discussion of Amendment 330194, and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option, yes, no, or abstain. Members, voting has closed on Amendment 330194. The motion has been adopted and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. The vote was 168 yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions. The chair will now recognize Secretary Hilda Solis to make a motion to offer amended language.
Hello.
Hello, Madam Secretary, over to you.
Hi, how are you? And congratulations to both of you, the chairs. It's great to see you. And I'm just so proud of the work that y'all have been doing. I'm Hilda Solis. I was former Secretary of Labor for President Obama and Joe Biden, and currently serve as a Los Angeles County Board of Supervisor. And I am supporting very proudly Joe Biden for our next president. You know, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, as you know, is way long overdue. In 2020, our Democratic Party platform lays out a bold and progressive economic agenda, one that is centered on supporting workers and their families. And that affirms Democrats' strong commitment to raising the minimum wage. By raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, we can help lift millions of people and families out of poverty and support workers that currently have to juggle multiple jobs just to make ends meet, and to make sure that the most advanced economy in the world no longer leaves any worker behind. Our minimum wage hasn't been increased in over a decade. That is way too long. While the cost of living, as you know, has gone up in every area of our country. That failure by the Republican Party has put the squeeze on many workers, especially essential workers in time of COVID. These workers deserve protections outlined by Vice President Biden's coronavirus relief plans and the coronavirus section of our platform. But more fundamentally, they flat out deserve a raise. Committing to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026, as this amendment does, shows that Democrats understand the importance of delivering our promise to the American people and the middle class. It emphasizes that raising the minimum wage will be a priority under this administration, the Biden administration, and a Democratic caucus, and it will complement the ambitious parts that we are laying out in this platform. This is an economic justice issue, as you know, and we must come together and win in November, and we can actually deliver on these promises to all of our communities. We can lift all those boats. I'm very proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge everyone to support this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on Amendment 083244 in the portal. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal. And I will call on Terry Tucker to begin discussion. Terry. I think
There.
you're still
Now you can hear
muted. Okay, yeah, now you're good to go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon, Democrats. My name is Terry Tucker from Colorado. But I want to speak in favor of this amendment. This amendment adopts a timeline to assist the adoption of a $15 federal minimum wage. And it's the putting, I amended it to put in by 2026. So we have a timeline. In 1933, 5 years before the federal minimum wage became law, Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living. Over 20 million people work for minimum wage in this country, but the federal minimum wage has remained stagnant for years. We are proud that the Democratic Party platform includes a time-bound commitment to raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. This amendment aligns with the party's position with Senate legislation, which has 32 Democratic sponsors, to ensure that the $15 minimum wage is implemented in a timely manner. Over the past decades, the cost of living has significantly increased, while workers' wages have remained flat. Meanwhile, CEO pay has increased nearly 1,000% since 1978. Yet people who make the federal minimum wage are living in poverty. This is unacceptable. This platform language demonstrates that the Democratic Party is committed to ensuring the federal minimum wage rapidly becomes a living wage. Quickly ramping up the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour is crucial for ensuring that tens of millions of people in this country can afford necessities like housing, transportation, and healthcare. The fight to increase the minimum wage has been led by millions of low-income workers from across the country. It is crucial that Democrats continue to fight alongside these workers to ensure that everyone in this country has a living wage and that we work to end the extreme wealth inequality in this country. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Terry. We've concluded our discussion of Amendment 083244 and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option: yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the platform committee portal in your browser and select a voting option yes, no, or abstain.
Wait, this is.
Platform members, if you haven't voted yet, please cast your vote now. Voting on Amendment 083244 in the platform committee portal. Members, voting has closed on Amendment 083244. The motion has been adopted and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. Final votes were 165 yes, 0 no, and one abstention. The chair will now recognize Garland Gilchrist to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 217963. Garland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for your commitment in this process to make sure that we land on the most progressive Democratic party policy in the history of Democratic platforms. I'm really proud of the work that we are doing, the drafting committee did, that our party will do, that Vice President Joe Biden will do as the next president of the United States, and that we will do together as a movement to ensure that we push forward for the progressive values that all of us share, and that all of us are hungry to see reflected in reality in our communities. I'm Garland Gilchrist, Lieutenant Governor of the state of Michigan, and I'm proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president. You know, everywhere we look in the country, we have seen people from all walks of life, particularly led by those in the Black community, who have stepped up to demand an imagination shift, a reimagination of what it means to experience and deliver public safety in the face of generations of police brutality, of generations of police and law enforcement mistreatment and misconduct that I have personally been the victim of since being a 9-year-old boy living here in Metro Detroit. The world has come to recognize that our system of criminal justice needs to be reimagined. And these recent events really have also raised some serious concerns just about the inequitable and just differentiated treatment that have existed for Black people, for Latino people, for our Indigenous people, for young people, people who have been just looked on by law enforcement professionals in the present and in the past as less than human and have therefore been able to be treated differently. But we have an opportunity to change that. We have an opportunity with this platform to root out the structural and systemic racism and prejudice and change and evolve the system from top to bottom. And that's the product, you know, of the efforts of many of you and the work you've done, the organizations you represent, as well as the Biden Sanders Unity Task Forces that looked at this issue alongside the many other important issues that they said. You know, the amendment that I'm talking about is on banning the use of chokeholds and carotid holds and any other kind of restraints that are that can lead to killing someone, that can lead to cutting off their supply of air or their blood flow. And we have an opportunity now to make a strong, unequivocal statement in our party platform that this needs to be a piece of the evolution of the public safety proposal puzzle. I'm very proud this makes clear also the platform as a whole, our commitment to ending the school to prison pipeline, to introduce more accountability for law enforcement professionals, and to frankly put an end to the era of mass incarceration. This is something that I've been working on and we've been trying to work on at the state of Michigan, starting at the jail level, going to the state level. And now we're looking at, there's a lot of things here that relate to the federal prison level in that system. You know, this amendment, by adding this phrase on banning the use of chokeholds and carotid holds, gives us the opportunity to end the chant that we all have said and we all have heard, which is, I can't breathe. I can't breathe because there is a law enforcement professional who is purposefully kneeling the life out of me. I can't breathe because the person who is purposefully and willfully choking the life and the breath out of me. We can make sure that this generation is the last generation to make that call, that cry for help, that call for a true system of justice, because this injustice is leading to the loss of life. So if we ban this use, then we will end this practice and lead to less death, less injuries. This revision will help us improve standards for policing across the country, and it will be an important part of our efforts to make sure that law enforcement professionals are understood and are on the same side as the communities that they serve. That is our goal, to have it be true. What is always was seen in every law enforcement office that I've ever been into, there's a poster or a placard that says everybody goes home. This democratic platform will help, if we enact it, will make it clear that everybody will get to go home. The law enforcement professionals and the community members who they serve. There won't be fear of retribution, retaliation, of death, or being hurt. Instead, we'll all be working together on the same page. So once again, my name is Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist of the great state of Michigan. I'm proud to be supporting Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge everyone to support this amendment as one more step for us to reform and evolve our system of public safety and criminal justice.
Thank you very much, Garland. We will now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on Amendment 217963 in the portal. Both the amendment and the voting dashboard are in the platform portal. And I will call on Lee Merritt to begin discussion. Lee.
And I will sort of again defer my comments. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, for your impassioned and well-informative statements about our need for reform in this area, and specifically about the chokehold. The statements I gave earlier, I guess, was designed for this moment concerning Everett Palmer and so many other families that we represent who have had their lives taken away by law enforcement applying that this particular measure, the chokehold. With that, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Lee. We've concluded our discussion on Amendment 217963, and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option. Yes, no, or abstain. Again, please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option. Yes, no, or abstain. Members, voting is closed on Amendment 217963. The motion has been adopted and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. The final vote was 162 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. The chair will now recognize Michelle Dietrich to make a motion to offer amended language for Amendment 272684. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the staff and all the platform committee members who worked so hard on this. I'm Michelle Dietrich, Michigan DNC member and chair of the DNC's Council on Environment Climate Crisis. I'm glad to offer this amendment affirming that Democrats will not only immediately rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement, but also commit the United States to doing its fair share, to leading the world in the effort to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and to convene a world summit aimed at new and more ambitious global targets to reduce greenhouse gas pollution. We all know that the climate crisis is not coming, that it's actually here right now, and it affects all of America and the world. The latest science and data underscore the importance of urgent action. Things are getting much worse, much faster than thought even a year ago. We also know Republicans led by the failure in the White House have made things much worse, and that it's up to Democrats to take the lead. As we go forward, we will need to respond to what data and science are telling us. This amendment embodies the kind of bold science-based leadership we need as we move toward a more just, healthy, and sustainable future that leaves no worker, no community behind. This amendment also embodies crucial progress over the 2016 platform and fulfills the full vision and ambition of the Paris Agreement. Passing this amendment means that in 2020, Democrats are firmly committing to a goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius for total global warming, a goal that scientists tell us will prevent many of the worst effects of the climate emergency. It means we are committing to doing our fair share of reducing greenhouse gas pollution. And we are committing to taking national and global leadership on setting new, bold goals for reducing greenhouse gas pollutants, convening a worldwide summit to do so. The vast majority of Americans, Democrats, independents, and many Republicans want bold action on climate. The polling is clear, and those who have advocated with the council about the platform have also been clear. People in coastal states facing hurricanes, drought in the Southeast, Midwest farmers with flooded, failed fields like my own. This amendment shows that Democrats are listening and leading. The DNC Council on the Environment and Climate Crisis and I strongly support Joe Biden, and we look forward to working with President Joe Biden, helping to ensure that the US moves forward on tackling the climate crisis and upholding environmental justice as a critical national and global priority. The climate clock is ticking. Nothing less than the planet is at stake. I'm Michelle Dietrich. It's been my great pleasure to work on this amendment with Varshini Prakash of Sunrise, who I understand will speak next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We'll now move to discussion on the motion. Members, you may begin voting on Amendment 272684 in the portal. Both the amendment and voting dashboard are in the portal platform, the platform portal. And I'll call next on Varshini Prakash to begin discussion. Varshini.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Varshini Prakash, and I am the Executive Director for Sunrise Movement, and I am extremely proud to work alongside Michelle on this amendment. So today I am reminded of the rallying cry of 1.5 to stay alive that rang through the halls of international climate negotiations from Pacific Island climate warriors, from leaders of low-lying nations like Bangladesh and storm-swept ones like the Philippines. And what might appear as just decimal points of difference on a piece of paper means the difference between life and death for millions around the world and here in the United States. If this amendment passes, it means our party will choose to recognize the reality of science and stand behind the demands of justice. The difference between a 1.5 degree world and a 2 degree world is no joke. A 2 degree world means 150 million additional people dying of air pollution. It means that land today that is inhabited by more than 1 billion people becomes uninhabitable. It means that armed conflict increases by 20%. It means that storms and floods that used to arrive just once a century would hit every single year. And this is in addition to the repeated destruction and atrocities that occur every single day on tribal land in poor Black and Brown communities and throughout the global South. So if we pass this amendment today, we are declaring that the world of tomorrow will be vastly different than this terrifying image. And we are pledging ourselves to build a more just, equitable, clean, and beautiful world for the 14-year-olds striking in the streets and the 18-year-olds voting for the first time in their lives for the generation that will inherit the earth. And so I'm proud of our party for coming together for this declaration, and we have to assert ourselves to make real on this promise moving forward. So let's come together and defeat Trump and the climate-denying GOP that has impeded progress on this issue for as long as I have been alive on this planet. And let's move on to the real work of transforming our society and our economy over the next decade to defeat the climate crisis, end economic inequality, and secure racial justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Varshini. Next, I will call on Gina McCarthy. Madam Administrator.
Thank you. Thank you to the co-chairs for all of their leadership and patience. My name is Gina McCarthy, and I am a proud supporter of Joe Biden for president. And I am also thankful for all of your patience as we try to wrap up. But let me just say a few things. I am really excited about this amendment because all across America and across the world, we're already seeing the disastrous effects of climate change. We have damage from floods, hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, and they're all touching communities without regard for international borders or domestic zip codes. And yet the damage is often disproportionately impacting our most vulnerable communities. And the climate language in our platform is the most ambitious, most progressive climate language in our party's history. It recognizes the scale and the urgency of the climate crisis and incorporates provisions from the Green New Deal throughout, reiterating Democrats' commitment to protecting not just our planet, but the people in it, our health, our safety, our economy, and especially promoting environmental justice as a core component in each and every step. So I'm proud of our climate agenda, which has been shaped by the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force. And I believe that this amendment furthers the spirit of this work and helps to cement our party's commitment to dealing with what is essentially an existential threat. Because for too long, the Republican Party, as Varshini indicated, has been able to obstruct progress on climate by denying science and stonewalling solutions. And the magnitude of this failure reached new heights with the Trump administration's disgraceful decision to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. But Vice President Biden in this platform is committing to re-entering the Paris Agreement on day one of his administration and to leading an international diplomatic push to raise climate ambitions from other countries and to assure those countries that the United States is going to do its fair share. This amendment speaks to the urgency of fulfilling goals laid out in that agreement, but it also highlights that it's within America's capacity, as we've shown time and time again, to transcend great threats while we build a better future. Our climate platform embraces the challenge of climate change. It is endorsing unprecedented investments in greener infrastructure and a clean energy revolution that is going to spur economic growth, create high quality jobs, and promote the manufacturing of next generation technologies right here in America. And it is going to take care of the frontline and fence line communities that all too often are left behind to deal with the greatest risks. These investments are going to help the United States reach net zero emissions as fast as possible, eliminate carbon pollution from power plants by 2035, so that the United States can once again occupy our rightful place as a global leader on climate issues. So let me end by thanking the members of the Unity Task Force who have brought us together as Democrats around climate, closer than we have ever been before. It is truly a unity task force. And once again, my name is Gina McCarthy. I am a very proud supporter of Joe Biden for president, and I strongly urge you to, with unanimity, support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Gina, thank you very much. We've concluded our discussion on Amendment 272684, and we'll now move to a vote. Please vote using the Platform Committee portal in your browser and select a voting option: yes, no, or abstain. Yes, no, or abstain using the Platform Committee portal in your browser. Members, voting has closed on Amendment 272684. The motion has been adopted and the section will be amended to reflect these changes. The final vote was 163 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. This is the last amendment. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And, Platform Committee, we have taken action on all of the amendments before us today. The chair will now entertain a motion to approve the draft platform as considered today and to authorize staff to make corrections as needed. This document will be recommended for approval to the full convention when it begins to vote.
So moved.
Please turn on your video and unmute your microphone at this time. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no more discussion, we will move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion has passed. Dennis, over to you.
All right, congratulations to everybody. We've completed this committee's work on the 2020 Democratic Party platform. I would like to thank everyone again for their participation. We appreciate all your input on important issues for the committee to consider. Thank you to the platform team who have been working around the clock on this to make sure this has been a smooth and seamless process. Thank you very much for the statements and the amendments today. Emotional, memorable, moving, and important. I have no doubt that our party platform is going to clearly articulate the values of our great party and highlight Joe Biden's vision for our country.
And I just want to echo Dennis's thanks to you all. I hope that you're proud of the work that we were able to do together. The strength of our party is in its diversity, and there's more that unites us than divides us. And that's a really important, I think, statement coming out of today. We all understand how vital this year's election is, and it's up to us and to our kind of party to be able to restore the soul of this nation, as we've talked about, and really catapult us into the future. So again, please turn on your video and unmute your microphones at this time. And can we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, seeing no more discussion, we will move to a vote. All of those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion has passed. Thank you again for joining us today. Have a wonderful evening, and we look forward to seeing you on the virtual campaign trail. Take care.